minute, Sean. I'm almost there, buddy. I'm almost ready. Thank you.
What a great kickoff match this is going to be.
Your mic is open. It's on. So
What a great kickoff match we're getting ready to have here on day number 2 of the B&L 10-ball open being held at Center Pocket Billiards in Bowie, Maryland.
I do, bro.
It's going to pit 2 of the best players down the East Coast, in my opinion, and I've seen them all just about. It's going to feature Mr. Sean Wilkie from Haverty Grace, Maryland, a perennial Pro Tour player, Moscone Cup contender, very, very solid player, and even steps up a half a speed on the bar boxes. And his opponent is the road warrior B.J. Ussery out of North Carolina. I've been B.J. I've known for a long time too. He and Sean are probably in the same general age area. Maybe B.J.'s a little older, but B.J. is played all the top guns, plays in the big events just like Sean Wilkie does, and is as hard a competitor as anybody I've ever witnessed on the table. He is intense. I followed him last year, the Action Pool Tour. He swept the card basically on that tour. In tournaments through Virginia. He won every tournament he entered. I believe he's now Virginia State 8-ball champion, Virginia 10-ball champion, and he's, like I said, a road warrior, very, very tough. It's going to be a super match. And both these gentlemen, to show you the quality of this field, these folks are on the B side, or are they the A side?
I believe it's A. These guys are A side. Yeah.
All right, so this will be a race to 7. The format of this is alternating the break. One push after the break. If the 10-ball gets pocketed on the break, it spots up and the breaker continues his turn at the table and has his option whether to shoot or push out. And there's again one push out after the break shot for either incoming player, and flat out. It's hard to get behind in a format like this. If these guys get the break going, either of them, if with this alternate break, if you fall behind, it's very difficult because these guys are break and run out artists, especially on these short bar box tables. They get the break going. It's we saw yesterday the break worked for some of the boys that hit them about medium speed from around the center spot, and watch the 2 balls behind the 1 ball go towards the side pockets, and watch the 1 ball leak up towards the opposite corner from which they were struck. And 3 straight fouls by the same player in the same game will constitute loss of game. And these guys, I'm sure, have played many times over over their strong careers, and I think that Fargo-wise, they're going to be very close. Sean, I believe, was around 740 or so.
Good memory. Yeah.
Fargo, either 743, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, we'll have that in just a minute. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, and BJ, I know he's got to be over 700. He's going to be between 710 and Sean somewhere. I'm just taking a wild guess on BJ, but I saw Sean yesterday, and a hell of a player. We got to thank the Center Pocket Billiards here in Bowie, Maryland. They have 29 tables, 24 diamond bar box 3.5 by 7s, and 5 4.5 by 9 Racing tables, and we got to we're the THMD ThinkTech Maryland stream, and this is the brainchild of Wayne Everhart and his lovely lady Kelly Daniel. We also want to thank Miss Gina Cunningham of Keller Williams Integrity, real estate agent, for her continuing support of events. We also have Baltimore City Cues, very, very excellent sponsor, and we have the new Greenroom Billiards in Dundalk, Maryland, and it's been, and it looks like the boys are getting ready to do battle, and here we go, the lag for the break between BJ and Sean. BJ's got it. Okay, BJ, and that's important, the lag, because in the end, this is, BJ gets the odd break if these two gentlemen happen to go hill and get to 6-6. Then BJ has the odd break, and he would have, I would rate it a 7 to 10% advantage for winning the lag, especially on a bar box. But this is a diamond 3.5 by 7 with Artemis cushions, Simonis 860 tournament blue cloth. We're playing with Aramuth balls, measle cue ball, and essentially the standard of the industry as equipment goes for this. So here we go, folks.
BGARC to break. 0-0. I'm a race to 7. I'll fix the race.
You see, watch the one ball leak up to on the right-hand side of your screen, and the 6 and 7 go into the side pockets, just like that. And you see, BJ might have his breakdown, but he drew his ball a little bit, and it came back up table, and his deuce stays down. And this rack will be consistent because they're operating with racking templates, and they're going to get a consistent turn. And if these guys that are capable of getting this break shot going, they're lethal. That's how they got to the undefeated on day 2 with a loaded field of 120 players or so that we fielded here. With about 25 thorough beasts and about another 30 players that are dead bang dangerous, 40 players that are dangerous. So here we go. BJ is probably gonna, I don't know, he might push. But if he pushes, his advantage is gone. Now he's going to shoot out. He calls the deuce to the pocket to the left. He's going to probably try to fade over to his left rail and leave the 2 on the right rail, and maybe get 3 or 10 for coverage. The 8 ball's in a little too close to the rail for Sean to totally cover him up. He might have it. He might have it. Be able to twist his ball around the tray ball. Now he's looking at the kick and coming rail first. He's an excellent kicker. Also, a terrific tactician. I watched him on the action tour over the last year, and those are all big tables, but this guy plays all events that he can play in, and he's always up there high in the pecking order, just like Sean. Yeah, both these guys are right together. 743, 745. He caught it rail first. He hit it real good.
Yeah, he hit that ball real well.
That was all he could do. He had a real good shot.
So just real quick, mic check, just making sure everybody can hear us just fine. Let us know in the chat if there's any problems. Thank you very much.
This is a tough opening shot in a match, really, for an offensive shot, because his cue ball wants to come down his left side of the table that's full of traffic. Oh, what a hit.
Man, he shot that ball very strong.
Actually went past it a little. Inside English, and he'll float past the 10. Here's the money ball in this rack right here. Little flip of the wrist. He's going to have that cue ball is going to be like it's on the rocket sleds at Alamogordo. It's going to be on back and forth a couple times, I believe, off of this if he plays side pocket, which he's looking. This cue ball probably go to the first diamond on the short rail. Yeah. Oh, that's gone. Like I said, it was Alamogordo. That was why he flicked his wrist. He knew he had a real thin angle. Call the side on the kick, but this has no reward to kick. I like it coming from the top rail. Not the side rail. Side rail, he might make the ball more,
go
but
to
he's
top rail. Go to that short rail up top and hit that side rail. Connect and make that.
This
six.
is-
Yeah.
Yeah, he had to fire at it hard, and
Really no reward there. Even if you hit it in the face, it's not going to leave you much. You'd have to basically hit the edge of that 6 ball.
right. I would like to see him come up high on that ball, and he would have still come into the 10 even if he'd have made the
Right.
shot off the top rail. But BJ should just draw it out of there or follow through the 9-10. The 2 rails around. Good shot. B.J. Usry takes a 1-0 lead over Mr. Sean Wilkie. Now Sean on the break. This figures to be a barn burner. What a great kickoff feature match, Wayne. I know you got a mouthful. Catching up on that breakfast. I don't blame you.
Thank you, George. Thank you very much, Patrick. Good morning, Peggy.
Why, yes. So delighted you could stop in. I'm George Hammerbacher. Call the play-by-play here some, and love the game. Do what I do.
Sean Wilkie to break. Down 0-1.
His one ball might go to his right if he hit. Yeah, you see that?
Cue ball kicked.
Both balls went in the side. One ball went in the side pocket. This is a tender morsel looking layout, almost as tender as eggs in sausage.
Thank you very much, Sage. Sage also a frequent follower of the TTMD billiard streaming events. Mr. Darren Freeman, thank you very much.
Hope. Good shot there. He's went a little past his mark, and he might be coming across the edge of the 9 ball on that path, even with he hits the right hand high English to try to kill the fan out on this 3 ball. He sees what we call the tangent line. That was a good shot. He made the 8 just slightly more difficult, but Sean has a very, very short, smooth delivery. He's very, very quick. When he gets going, he's fun to watch. 2 rails. That's pure. He might play 8, 9, and 10 all in the same pocket. Now he's starting to shoot the side, but he knows he's going past the 9. Yeah, corner's the correct shot. He's got to just hit this pocket speed. Yeah. See, the trouble with this shot is that his cue ball can get past the 9 because that's a sharper looking angle in the side than it looks, and he could hit the point. See, he's got just ever so slightly past it, so he's going to end up having to just stay right there. I think he's not even going to try to do anything. Yep. And play a center middle edge sort of a shot, what we call the half ball shot. Hey, how's it going, Charlie? Charlie D. Haven, good man. Nice to hear from you, Charlie.
All right,
Sean
so
Wilkie. Sean Wilkie takes it down with a break and run, and like I said, both these gentlemen, if they get their breaks going, this will be, they're lethal. Sean broke, and you saw he broke slightly from the other side of the table on his left, and the 1 ball went up table in the top corner pocket to the opposite side from which he hit, and the 2 balls in the crotch behind the 1 ball went to the side pockets. We were watching some of the men play last night, and they were hitting the balls too hard, and they were actually killing their action by too much break speed. And on a bar table, that doesn't make sense. Accuracy and speed are more important a touch than the actual. See, there goes the 6. See the 1
That's
go down.
That's a heck of a break right there.
2 bounces. BJ is in ideal shot. He has a fast angle on the deuce, but how it might play is that he might end up coming back and playing the 4 in the same hole. The 4 is right above the 10 in the near the rack area. Very fast angle. He's going to have to put some inside or left English on this ball, I think. I might be wrong. Yeah, it looks like he's cueing left English. It'll just take a little turn and come back. Oh, he caught the 3. It's going in the side. What, he got a good roll. These are all tap ins. He got a great roll there. That goes in. He's playing a bank on the 5 or a safety, so he got the best of that one. High left. Killed that ball a little bit. Little flat. A little flat on this ball for my tastes. He shook his head ever so slightly, but he can get over about halfway to the rail, I think. Yeah, he doesn't like it. Yeah, he's got to take another look. I've seen these guys play plenty, both these guys.
I'm sorry, George.
That's all right. We're looking good, a little east of Hollywood. He can. There's a. I don't know what. Sean has played on the Pro Tour. It's 2-1 in favor of Mr. Wilkie. BJ got straight in on the 7. He tried to put a big draw ball shot on it. Scooped under, miscued, lost a cue ball off the table, and conceded the 3 balls to Sean, and Sean has a 2-1 lead. Too bad. This, it depends. Each tournament has their own little idiosyncrasies, folks, about the rules. Including things like concessions of balls, and the Pro Tour was very, very stringent about that. If you concede that game, you also lose the next game. Sean just lost his toy. You saw that ball go in the side. He hit them a little too hard, and it's hard to get the break perfect. The speed. But they had a discussion about that. These guys, These guys know each other well. We played many times, and then they're so even. You can't put a vanilla wafer in between these two guys. As top regional, medium grade pros. The top pros are going to be 775 to 800 plus. All right, 8 balls sitting on the outside of that pocket, and the deuce is down table, so he's going to have to play a little shot here. He can't make the 2, I don't think, so he's going to play the 8. He's got to play where the 2 ball goes. That's a good shot. He's going to have to stretch for this one or shoot lefty, though, or get a Q rod extender. I don't think he can reach this ball. Oh, he's got it. Oh, yeah, we're on a 7-foot table. Excuse me. He drew his ball this time. Good shot, BJ. Now it's just a stun. Either it's got to be a stun to the rail. He's going to settle for a long, straightish shot on the 4 ball. That's a fine stroke there. That's sweet. He fell perfectly on the 6. He can just drift over 7 in the same hole. It'd take an act of Congress for him not to get out from here. He's a little sharper on the ball, but he's going to just turn it in. Good shot. Good shot from BJ. This is, like I say, these guys, when they break these balls, that these are going to be one-inning games. BJ Ussery evens the count at 2 apiece, and he's back on serve.
If you go to my YouTube channel, it just should say live. And if you go to my Facebook, it should just have the live.
Yeah, sometimes people have two different videos, two different feeds and stuff like that, so that's why
Yeah, I am dual streaming. I'm streaming YouTube and Facebook.
I'm just sharing it.
I got you. Thank you. It's probably easiest just go to my Facebook page and share it from there. Folks, if you're just joining us, just do me a favor and like and share the stream. We're just trying to get the viewership up early in the morning. These are some top quality matches. We don't want anyone to miss them.
There goes the 3 in the side. Or the ball went in the side. It was the 5 ball went in the side, I think, or the colors are, yeah. It was a 4 ball that went in the side. I'll get it right. It only took me 3. There were only 3 choices there. He might be able to slip back cut this ball, this one, with a ton of right English.
Lenny, I agree. There was a number of people that conceded some balls yesterday on the TV table. However, the tournament director didn't see it, I don't think, and is paying attention today. And there was a conversation about conceding balls when they went over the team rules. So you know how it is. Some people pay attention, some people don't, and as you get down to the final 16, the eyes are on you. So that's
Well,
probably the situation there.
well, you see, the thing is that it's once you set rules, and I've seen this as the ruination of tournaments and leagues or just tours, that when you set rules that you have to abide by them, because it's a question of credibility. And when you start to let things slide, everything starts to slide.
Yeah,
That's
I agree.
my experience. 40 years plus of playing regional tours all over the country that I played, from Florida to California to the Midwest, New England to around here, played them all. It beat working. At least I worked hard not to work in those days. Oh, there's not too much wind blowing outside, so he shouldn't have any crosswinds over that 6 ball. Sean's a real good jump shoot player. Very good at controlling the speed. Oh, then he caught it a little too chunky. Good shot though. I like his 2-railer coming from behind the ball. Go across the face, send the deuce up table, and keep the cue down, and maybe covered by the 9-10. That's what he's looking at right there, where he wants to come in 2 cushions on this deuce. He's even calling the 10.
Combo.
Well, he's gonna play the 2-rail kick, I think. Looks 2-rail kick looks good, but in all probability, if he goes across the 2, he'll keep his cue ball down this end where he's at and send the deuce up table. Sean didn't call that ball. BJ can have him shoot again.
As good as Sean shoots, I don't know if you give this one back.
Yeah.
Shots.
Then this is a head scratcher because he's giving it back.
I don't know if I'd give that back to Sean. He just showed you he can make a jump shot from length.
Well, you see, Wayne, the difficulty with this shot isn't necessarily pocketing the ball, but it's kind of a thin angle, and he's going to be hitting it firm, and he's got cover with the 7 and 8 to get to the 3, and BJ is thinking he's 50-50 or better to make the ball, and then he could also scratch in the side. Or that. And now, here the tables are fast and the carpets are, well, the floor is fast too. I used to say the tables are fast, the carpets are slow. That's when you got a real fast, a real spiffy place. BJ will come 2 rails, or he'll lay underneath and play the 5 up top to the top corner pocket, rather than come around 3 rails and try to hook himself. He's just going to play the bar table style and punch it across, which is the correct shot. That's a picture. He's a little wrong on the ball. He went past the ball a little bit and off the rail. He might have to twirl the pearl with some right hand ball, and go past the 7. Played the short side. Good shot there. He got funny on the 5 ball. Now he just draws his ball off this angle. Yeah, he walked over, gets his line of sight. He wants to be straight or a little past the 9. A lot of people just get up and shoot this ball and then have the 9 running into the 10, and they dog a routine out. He's still not exactly what he would have liked. He might catch the 10. Oh, he got to the rail. He's all right, though. (3-2) in favor of Mr. Ussery. We're in the final 16 here of the first annual B&L 10-ball open here at Center Pocket Billiards in Bowie, Maryland. A great facility for a bar box event. Plus, they have 5 of the European racing tables that are the rage overseas, and world tournaments are played on them. Top flight equipment here with Simonis Tournament 860 Blue, as well as the Aramis Pro Cup balls and the Measle cue ball. Everything is top notch here. Equipment wise, it's second to none. Too hard. You see that, Wayne? When you see all the balls up top there, you see Sean got to crush those balls too hard, and it's a speed shot to break, speed and accuracy, like I said from the outset. And this is going to be one of those multiple inning racks in a key situation here. 3-2, and Sean is dry on his break.
Push called.
A push out, and Sean's got to give this back. Okie dokie. Just take one look at me. You can tell I've been fasting, right?
I know
No.
you've been on the diet. I heard.
Yeah, low carbs. I've kept completely off of those breads and cakes and candies and all those things that almost caused me to lose my leg last year, about 11 months ago. Yeah. I developed a cellulitis attack, and right on Good Friday last year, April 2nd, and that was the wake-up call I needed to get busy. Pandemic, I just had bad habits.
Wow. Look at that delicate touch. Beautiful shot. That was just a beautiful shot. Nice delicate touch there by Sean.
Developed bad habits, eating and all, and wasn't really all that active while everybody just sat at home, and I was working from home and not many pool lessons, so it was.
So yesterday, George, we had someone reach out. I think it was William Miller. I have to look. Was asking about if you're still doing lessons, and I guess he was interested in maybe setting up some time with you. And maybe what I'll do in a minute is put some information in the chat if you want to
Sure.
get your information out there.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
I'm an active, advanced professional billiard instructor association member, charter member of the BCA instructors, and been teaching since 1975. And I was also a PGA golf professional. I've studied people's physical form and physical details and glitches, and that's what I do. I do hands-on instruction in my own place in Catonsville, and Sean.
So George, do you do instruction in the evening, afternoon? What's your schedule like?
On Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, those are the only nights that I don't have available. But Mondays all day, Fridays all day, weekends, most weekends if I'm not at a tournament doing some streaming. But 3 out of 4 weekends a month generally, I'm available most all day.
All right, so what we're going to do is get some information up in the chat for folks that are interested in booking with George. And we had a number of people ask us for a donation link yesterday, and I had some messages this morning. And as a general rule, I don't really ask for donations, but I'm going to go ahead and put the donation link up there today since we've had a number of people ask. Any donations that we get go towards the player development program or goes to be used to purchase new equipment for the streaming. So I'll go ahead and put that in the chat. Thank you all for your consideration on any donation.
Thank you. I just hope you're being entertained by this, and we both love the game, Wayne and I, and this is a labor of love for sure.
So I'm going to put that in the chat.
Just thanks for listening, folks. I just hope you're being entertained by this, and we both love the game, Wayne and I, and this is a labor of love for sure. This looks like a potential 310, but he looks like he's maybe a little short. Just thanks for listening. He wanted to really go past his 3-ball. It's a tough combination, I think. Really got to hit it thin. Good shot, Sean. Sean evens the count at 3 games apiece. Both players are on serve, and this match is going just about the way you thought it was going to go. It's a tough combination, I think. Sean got fortunate on his break shot that he made a good shot. That's so difficult to slow roll that safety on that 1 ball and coax the ball in hand out of BJ from there. After a tough layout, and I think BJ's got his break a little bit better than Sean right now.
He made a. That's so difficult to slow roll that safety.
The 6 and 8 are going to be 2 balls heading towards those 2 side pockets on the B line. And the 2 and tray balls will bank 4 rails if they get through the traffic.
Hey, Mark, thank you for the feedback. I think I fixed that issue with the echo. Let me know if you're still hearing it.
Thank you, William. Eight ball went in the side pocket, and he's got a raggedy looking layout on the cushion though. 5, 6, and tray ball are all pretty much.
Thank you very much there, Mark. I appreciate the feedback, buddy.
A 10 spots up if it's made on the break shot, or made and not called, of course. Not of course, if you don't know, you don't know, but I'm just keeping people clarifying the rules they got here. Good move from BJ. He's left the 1 ball pretty open though, I think. It's a very, very good. It looks like he's got 3/4 of this ball maybe. And Sean might be able to bank this. He called the bank down in the corner pocket, but I think he's going to try to lay the cue ball down on the cushion and use a 10-7 for coverage. Ah, he's kicking at it.
That was a really sweet shot. George, that's when they call kicking with a purpose, right? Having a clear plan, not just trying to hit a ball.
Sean has played every player, the great player that ever chalked a cue in the last 15, 18 years. He's been around the pro tour circuit, played Efren Reyes, Bustamante, all these superstars, Van Boning. I saw him about 5, 6 years ago playing at the Expo, playing a young Billy Thorpe. Might even been a little farther than that. Another good play from BJ. Good shot, good kick. Sean doesn't have anything to hide behind now there, really. Those 4 balls are on the cushion. That I don't think he's going to like it. BJ's going to slice this ball with right English. And I'm going to slice this food with right English. I'll be back in a few moments as I masticate this meal.
So while George is taking a break and having his breakfast, I'll go ahead and take over with the commentary for a little bit. If you're just joining us, my name is Wayne Everhart from ThinkTechMD. This is TTMD Billiard Streaming. We're here today at Center Pocket in Bowie, Maryland. This is the B&L first annual 10-Ball Open Championship with a $5,000 ad. Congratulations to them for a stout field of 106 players, I believe. And so nothing to sneeze at. Pretty strong field, a very strong field, in fact. If you look at the final 16, I'll go ahead and get that bracket up. Some of the best players in the area in the final 16. Sure. Push it this way. So Sean with early 10. Oh. There we go. Update the score. So I hope everyone is doing well on this Sunday morning. A little brisk out there here in Maryland. Hope you're staying warm. Watching our stream today. I'd say we have at least 8 hours of streaming to do today. We'll see. Sean Wilkie to break, leading by 1, 4 games to 3 on a race to 7. Pocketed the 6. Can see the 1. Sean's not going to be happy with that. Safety play there by BJ. Looks like Sean's going to try to swerve this ball. Good hit. Well done. So BJ, I think he can actually see the edge of this one. I don't know if he wants to go for the pot or not. Nah, looks like he might have to hit it a little fuller than he would want. So maybe go 2 rails off the long rail first on the left side. No, he's going to go right at it. Hey, Rick, it would have been nice to see Brandon here. Who knows what he's doing these days? He's always up to some kind of competition. Maybe he's busy this weekend. We did send out an invite to Brandon to our, a 9-ball Bob Stocks Championship. So hopefully he'll be signing up for that.
He's a prior champion there.
Yeah, that's it. Would be nice to have him back. So we'll see how that goes.
You know, one place in his heart for Bob Stocks. And that's what I talked to him.
I think there's several players in the area that had a connection with Bob. Kevin West stopped me and was explaining to me that he was excited to see that the Bob Stocks was going to go off this year, and that he felt like it was in good hands, and I appreciate that sentiment. We'll take good care of that tournament. And so we're just trying to get it promoted. We have got, I think, 54 players filled into that out of 64. I have to take a look, but we're getting close to full. But you know, it's a $160 entry fee. It's not for everybody, but we're trying to raise the bar a little bit, bring the top caliber players without putting a whole bunch of add-on money in there, because it takes a lot of effort to go out and get those sponsors for, you know, those $10,000 ads, etc. So this year we're just going to dial it back a little bit, focus on this $3,000 ad, and next year we'll do both events. We'll do the Bob Stocks and the 10-ball championship. All right, so Sean's going to call that 3-ball cross side. Gets a little unlucky, catches the point going in first, rattles out. It's going to leave BJ with a shot on the 3. I don't see much issue here for BJ. Yes, sir, Ray, you are on the list, sir. And if your gout's acting up and you can't compete, we'll find something for you to do to be involved with the festivities, my friend. We'll get you in a booth, Ray. Good morning, Mr. Brinker. You ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I'm revitalized. I'm rejuvenated. Nothing like a little breakfast to get that one brain cell I got churning. And thanks for Andy putting a link up to William. All I can tell you is Thanks a million. Hope to look forward to hearing and seeing you soon. Okay, we got a 4-4 contest, and looks like BJ is on the break shot, and he's taking a timeout. And we'd like to thank Baltimore City Cues for their kind sponsorship here. Gina Cunningham of the real estate Keller.
Keller Williams Integrity.
Keller Williams Integrity. With the new Greenroom Billiards, Lambros Cues, Collector's Cues from the word go. I've got the first one he ever sold.
So, George, how would you like people to get in touch with you if they'd like to sign up? Do you have an email address that you want to use? Or do you have a phone number that you want to put out there? I'd rather not put your phone number out in the chat.
They could email me at small letters.
Hold 1 second. I'll get in the chat there for you. 1 moment.
Sure.
All right, we're ready.
Dr. DOCTOR
Yep.
_ snap SNAP at yahoo.com.
Yahoo.com.
I really appreciate that, Wayne. Thank
My
you.
pleasure.
I'm I really enjoy working with the students. They're it's just always a thrill to me to see people improve. And with me, there's no commitment to any group or parcel of lessons up front. You take them one at a time as you choose to schedule them and see fit, according to what your schedule, motivation, and overall attitude is towards improvement. What I do recommend, if you do take instructions from me, is to practice 8 to 10 hours on precisely the items we covered in the 90-minute instruction. And not just playing games of pool, but I'm talking about the real stuff that we worked on, because it takes a month plus to unlearn bad habits and learn new good habits. It takes a while, especially if you've been doing something wrong for 20 years. It isn't going away in 20 days.
No, and often when you're trying to perfect your approach, you'll go backwards just a little bit until you start going forwards. And, that's just part of the game, and that's why, it really requires attention and commitment to be a top player. You're just not going to come out here and just think you're an athlete and just be able to compete at top levels. You have to put your time in, no question.
Well, this looks like a built-in safety shot here. Sean just has to be careful that he doesn't pocket the 7 and hide the 1 ball behind those 3-6. If he's looking to play that 4-ball combination, anything can happen there. This is a tough layout. That's a break BJ hit a little too hard. When you see all these balls upstream, he cuts it in. Oh, he gets a shot on the deuce. Well, that's a wonderful shot. Anything could have happened in that spot. But he's straight in, sort of on the rail. That's a strong shot there. He's got to watch the 3 that it doesn't leak behind the 6. After he makes a 7 combo here. He played the bottom rail. He played a smart shot with the inside English because he knew the ball was going to leak on him. Now he's in position. He got hit that a little fast and went a little past his mark. He's going to be playing the 5 a little sharp. Now he played the 3 rails. He took what the table gave him, which is something I always encourage. 9-10 is a playable combination, it looks like. You see lots of these with the 10 ball in the rack area and a ball near it, near the end. He's going to play the same hole. Big game for Sean here. He has to go get across almost all the way to the first diamond. He's got to hurry. Hey, that's perfect, right on the first diamond. That's as good as it gets. Beautiful out from Sean off of BJ's break, dry break, and Sean takes a 5-4 lead in this match. Very, very. This match is going exactly as advertised, Wayne. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's nothing between them in their Fargo. You can see that it's just panning out that way, just the way this match is expected.
These guys could play a race to 100 and it wouldn't make any difference. They're that even, in my book.
Yeah, and this is the 3rd time I've seen BJ compete, and he just seems like a monster. He never cashes in, and I've been following him a little bit on Facebook. So it's nice to see him out here competing. It's good to see Sean competing. These guys are just talented, cool players.
These guys sacrificed a lot to get as good as they got. You can trust me. That's watching the sun come up in pool rooms while other people were hit them too hard again. There's the 4-railer on the 3. That's the only thing you might get with a real hard hit break shot. Is that 4-railer on one of the 2 end balls, the 2-3. Now, I don't think he can put enough inside English to hold this cut. He might be able to with all the right-hand English that exists. Very thin cut, very fast angle. His trouble is getting behind the 6-8 with this, if he decides to play it. Big game because he stands to go on the hill. He banks it. What a shot. That's the money right there. 6-8 looks like a good combo in the side. The 4. He's heading towards the rail a little bit on the deuce. He's got to make sure he hits his 2 clean. And have to settle for a little thinner cut on the 4 ball.
So, George, there was a question in the chat from Michael Frank. He was wondering, what is the biggest difference, that, in your opinion, between going from a 7-foot and 9-foot play?
Mostly it's a complete change of styles. and I know Michael well, a real lover of the game, loves straight pool, always around the Maryland 14-1. Played with Michael in the straight pool leagues in Anne Arundel County a number of years ago. Good player. Mike, I can tell you that it involves more up and down play and less using the cushion play among one thing, and then the next thing is just keeping the cue ball minimum movements as much as you can, especially in rotation sports.
Now, George, do you find that you have to adjust maybe your backswing length or any of that stuff, or is it more about your follow-through and pace when you're striking the ball on contact?
Than any of that. For me, what it is real basic. It's playing the real. Oh, I don't know if that 8 goes. I think it does. But it's really simply a matter of getting shots with much smaller angles.
So you're saying the geometry changes slightly, which is tighter cuts, etc.
Right, and you don't have the same room to maneuver as you do on a 4.5 by 9 or even 5 by 10s. That when I first started to play, if 5 by 10 rooms were still around, and you got to keep the movements as abbreviated as you can, and avoid trying to go too many rails.
I know for me, when I come off of shooting on 9 foots for any length of time, when I go back to a 7-foot table, I feel like I overroll everything because my mind says I need to have this stroke, and it just doesn't line up for what you expect to happen on the table. And for me, I have to dial it back just a little bit. Just be conscious. For me, I have a pretty extensive backstroke anyway, so then maybe that's just my difficulties. But I've been trying to mimic more of a Sean Wilkie's style of shooting. If you notice, he's got a very abbreviated backstroke and fires through. And some people might say it's pokey, but it's very effective. And Sean shoots just as well on a 9-foot table as he does on a bar box. So I can't say that it's affecting his playability.
And the thing that people don't have that if you're a weekend warrior or a guy that works and enjoys like even mid-range type competition, like good amateur, maybe aspiring to play in events like this from time to time. One of the things too about the backswing is that I like to try to teach people the tempo of the backswing and the front swing. And to me, it's as simple as breathing in and then breathing out. It's like, it's okay.
So you're saying it should be natural. And got it.
And that's about the tempo of the stroke. And not...
Yeah, the hiccup.
The hiccups. That was an unintentional. Unintentional hiccup, but yeah, but the one where you try to get in 30 years of breathing in the next 5 seconds because somebody punctured you or shot you or something.
So Michael, I hope that answers your question or at least satisfies your curiosity.
Yeah,
keep the questions coming. Where I'm happy to feed them to George and just work through. It's really exciting to me to have someone else in the booth because most of the time I am so caught up with trying to do the technical pieces, also the commentary, and it really doesn't allow me to absorb some of the moment and to interact with the audience. So this is a pleasure for me. Just keep them coming. Thank you very much for the feedback.
And Mike, Mike is like I said, he's an aficionado, and he's attended and participated in about every Peterborough's Maryland straight pool events, and now in Virginia Beach, in Richmond before that, and in Maryland before that, in Anne Arundel County. And Michael, you watch these Philippine guys that have these 15, 16, 18-inch bridges with these long swoop and backstrokes. These are guys that play 80 hours a week, and that's very, very difficult to maintain. And when these guys get out of stroke, their Bambino can beat them.
I know. I was trying to mimic that long bridge, and that's probably where I developed that long backswing. And I think when you have that long bridge, you have to have a long backswing. You can't really avoid it. And so, as George has alluded to, when it goes awry, it really goes awry. You start getting this wiggle in your backswing like a old rusty gate. So I've been trying to really abbreviate that.
Beautiful break from BJ there. He has a nice opportunity. The 8-10 are sort of trick, but you can see now that these balls are where they're supposed to be. He didn't crush those balls quite like he before. He has to get out here, plain and simple, and put the pressure on Sean to break, run out, and earn it. Whether he decides to come across the 8 ball and gamble. No, he's going to play. Looks like he might be playing for the 8-10. That's good speed when that ball be from BJ. Excuse me. That was a good speed there. He'd like to get just a slight angle on the 7. That's a slight one, but he's a little straighter. He's going to have to end up playing for the bank. But you're going to draw his ball back to the bank, just past the side pocket, I would think. This is a built-in shot that he doesn't have to shoot from the cushion. Yeah. See, these are shots that play so different on these tables, Michael. He's got a pretty sharp angle on this bank. This wouldn't be a sharp an angle on a big table, this very same shot. And he could lose his cue ball here.
Good shot.
Beautifully hit. Excellent. Beautiful out. This BJ Usry he's a tough competitor. Six to 5. Just like I said, this is Sean's last break in this match. Because if it goes to 6-6, the advantage swings to BJ. So it has to be. Sean is still a 60-40 favorite, but he'll drop to a 60-40 dog if he loses this game. Yeah, thanks for the Michael. Thanks for your answer. Thanks, you know, we love the game. I just couldn't play in those 4 or 525 point matches in those brackets anymore. That's why I couldn't play anymore. Oh, Sean gets a great break shot, but he's got an unfortunate relationship with the cue and one. He's going to try to go behind the 7. That's real hard to do that. I like this shot. To thin the ball, right hand English, and go around to the 7 that way. Get to 1 parallel with the 7, and use the 4 ball to cover that pocket. You don't want to go the other way, I wouldn't think. Let's see what he does. Oh, he didn't want to pull the trigger. Yeah, he's got a little space between the ball. Again, I can't quite see what Sean sees up there. He's even looking at a potential push out from there, but I don't necessarily think I'd want to push out here. And but the great late Buddy Hall says often, I'd much rather go down shooting a tough shot than shooting a tough safety. He's gonna
push.
He put it down where he can't bank it.
Yeah, put that 7 in the way to block the bank.
That's correct. Now he's going 2 rails behind the 7, I think. Or he's coming up table to use the 2-3-10 as down table to cover the 2-3-10.
That's what I'm liking. I'm liking spinning that cue ball down rail and trying to use that 3-10 as cover. Maybe bank the 1 over by underneath the 7 ball.
Keyhole. No, not quite. The 2 ball's got the side rail cut off, and the 9's got the other side. Good shot.
Yeah, I don't think he can go behind the 2 with spin to get there.
He's got to call the twisto flex.
Yeah.
You're going to have to spin it to win it.
Or go vertical, go over the 3. It's kind of a sellout shot. You're not going to be able to control the cue ball.
Chris, these guys could play a race to 100, and you could see this for 8-10 hours. These guys playing like this. For Chris Small, thank you for that. Excellent match. Two dead even players. 2 of the top players in our field. Both Sean and BJ have both been players of the year on the Action Pool Tour. He's got to get right to the tip of the side pocket, and he's going to have to left hand this ball right to the side pocket. Yep.
Oh, wow.
Might be a shot. Might be. Looky here.
Wow, what a shot. Well done by Sean.
He got a little fortunate on the roll, but
Well, he created that fortune, right? He had to come up with a good hit, and
sure.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
got right in front of the side pocket. He just had enough. BJ made a good move. BJ's shaking his head. That was a good move. He made a good shot, and he'll tell you after he cools down, because he can get that. He more than will acknowledge a good shot. This is a 2-railer, I believe. Left-hand ball. side rail, come in between the first and second diamonds across and into the back of the one, or 2 rails out of this lower corner.
So he's got a little helper there. He's got the 9 and the 7 that helps him with the line. He just got to go and just try to just barely miss that 7 if he goes for that 1 rail bank. Should put it right on line. You know, sometimes you have these guides out there. If you can just miss them, just barely miss them, you know that you're going to hit your object ball. You know, you can use those things as.
Who's going? I think that's just where he's looking. He's going to play the 2 rail, and the beauty of playing the left-hand ball on this is that you'll get a sweep.
He's going to call that 1 in the corner pocket.
Yeah. He's got himself coming across it there. Or he's going to dig the ball and go 1 cushion at it. With this shot, on these kind of rails, the ball likes to fan out. He's got to hit it real slow.
Danny likes the 2 railer.
Ball fanned out. See that ball fan out?
Yeah. Just flattened out off the rail.
Yeah, it just fans out. Flattened out or fanned out. That's Sean made the move, and now this is where he has to go get the do re mi, because he's on the hill and he doesn't want hill and BJ breaking, because he goes from a huge favorite to a mid-range underdog with this out. He might go. I don't think he wouldn't go for the 310. That's looking a little dicey. The 3 doesn't play in the side, and he's sort of straight. He's looking at the combo, but to play a ball in hand and 2 balls to a combo is I don't believe his best option, but it's his shot. It isn't George's.
He's setting up for the combo.
Here it goes. He called. He pointed the corner. Yeah, here it goes.
All right.
Sean takes it down.
Yep. 7-5 over BJ Ursi.
Sean Wilkie takes down BJ by the score of 7-5. Like we were saying, Chris, these guys could play a race to 100, and it would be hard to really separate them. There'd be less than 3 games to separate them. From one day to the next, it would change too. We'll be back in a few minutes. Sean Wilkie advancing to the Final 4 on the undefeated side, defeating Mr. B.J. Ussery, the Road Warrior from North Carolina, by the score of 7-5. We're here at the Center Pocket Pool Room in Bowie, Maryland. Gracious host for this first annual B&L 10-ball open. And thanks again to Miss Gina Cunningham of Keller Williams Integrity, the new Greenroom in Dundalk, Maryland, and Baltimore City Cues. And this is Lambros Cues. Thanks a million to Mike Lambros, a purveyor of magic wands for over 30 years. I got the first wand from Mike in January in 1992. He was making them in his basement at his dad's house on Clinton Street in Highlandtown, southeast Baltimore.
If you want to check out his website, go to lambroscues.com. We just built his website a couple of years ago, reworked it. Right now, he's not taking orders yet. He had a backlog, but I expect that within the next month or so, he's going to open that book up. Go ahead and check out his website, lambroscues.com. Look at his catalog and start considering what you would want in your cue.
I thought enough of the man to put my life savings behind him. That's how much of a quality individual and virtuoso I value Mike as a cue maker and such a meticulous, detail-oriented person. And he's a space scientist as well, a true genius. If you're listening, Mike, flip the toast over. We can butter the other side up in a minute. No, that's all from the heart, and needless to say, his cues are sought after, and like Wayne said, there's a backlog. It means that he doesn't just mass produce things.
I feel like that shit saves the one changes the set.
1 second. Let me just mute it.
But that's why these games shouldn't be played. You can call a pocket. And if you miss the ball and get safe, it's fair. If he calls the pocket on that one ball, if he shit safe, I should be able to make him shoot again because he called the pocket.
Absolutely. And here's
It's called pocket. It's not. The interpretation is not. Yeah, but the interpretation is not if I miss. So, are you playing call shot or are you playing if I miss? There is the interpretation. But it's an if I miss shot.
We played a Virginia tournament like that, the 10-ball championship about 3-4 years ago, where if you called the ball and didn't make it,
It doesn't. But people can argue all they want to, but there's no way it changes the amount of time it takes. It's the same amount of time for the next guy shooting that shot as the guy that just shot it. So that argument is mute. There's no chance. You're telling me.
it wasn't just a six, it was if they shot a ball and missed it and rolled behind another ball. You could have that guy shoot again.
But what I'm saying is to make the argument that it takes more time to say shoot again than the other guy shoot anyway is mute. Somebody's got to shoot. Somebody's got to shoot either way. For that to be the argument makes no sense. I think no. He plays well. I would never be disrespectful, even though I feel like he was disrespectful to me when he asked about conceding the set. I think that's disrespectful. But I would never be disrespectful and say that one shot was the difference in the set. But at 6'5", he pushes out. I play a good save.
folks, we were just chatting with BJ. We were having a conversation about 10 ball and call shots. He was giving us his perspective. So we shut the mics down for just a second and have a conversation. But we'll turn.
Wilkie
I got the
Thomas-
wrong mic on. So anyway, BJ just stopped over to have a conversation about 10 ball and call pocket. And, we understand what he's saying. But it is what it is, and we're all here having fun, and appreciate BJ's perspective. He's a top-notch player, and
Sure.
anything he says, we'll take that into consideration.
He shipped up here from North Carolina to play, and like I said, he's a road warrior, and just a real hard-bitten competitor. Well, we got. I saw on the chat that the young boy Thomas Haas won his match to go to the Final Four on the
All right.
on the win side. If I'm correct.
So Joy, is that what you're saying? Thomas is sitting sitting over there on the winner's side, top 4. I haven't had a chance to look at the bracket yet. Let's go ahead and get the brackets up in the chat. You guys can check it out. And
I think I saw that right.
let's take a look. If I can get to, let's go over here. There it is. Thomas, where are you at, Thomas? There you are, Thomas Zippler. Not Thomas Haas.
He plays Sean.
All right,
Wilkie
so
next.
Thomas Haas over Justin Miller, 7-4. He'll be playing Sean Wilkie. So there you go. Thank you for the update, Joyce. Is it Joyce?
That isn't me on the screen. There's several George Hammerbackers, but I disavow
Joy.
any connection with that
Yes.
gentleman.
So Joy, thank you for the update, and we're looking forward to seeing Thomas. It wouldn't surprise me to see him over here in the final.
That sure was a great match to start off the day. That's for sure, Michael. Great match.
Folks, while we're waiting, I'm going to put on a brief slideshow just to pass a little bit of time. We'll be right back.
And I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want. I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did shit, I know it hurts. Something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would never be fine. I strive just to say I'm alright. And for the first time in a long time, I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I'm not falling. I'll push all my chips and call all in. I'll bet on myself, you keep stalling. I hear destiny and it's calling. I'll keep my head up high through the downs and lows, and we're all going live. Still nobody knows, but I'ma choose what's right and take what comes and goes. And ain't no one in life holding me back no more. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago.
All right, so next up we'll have John Moody Sr. and Rafael DeBreo. Let me go ahead and get the accurate Fargo rates. I'll be right back. Joy, thank you for the compliment. We enjoy bringing you these live streams, and it's only going to get better.
Am I on?
You are on.
Joy, again, thanks for the kind words, and we all love this great game, and this brings joy to my heart to see the game is alive and well, and that lots of great players out here this weekend. Ooh. I'm not familiar with Rafael Dabreu. He's from someplace else, I know, because anybody with a 700 plus Fargo rating, I'd know them if they were from the region here.
Yeah, I don't have any information on Raphael either, as far as where he plays out of.
I can tell you plenty about John Moody Sr., though. John has been a pool room operator in both Salisbury, Maryland, as well as Cambridge on the Eastern Shore. He's had first-class, tremendous equipment rooms, featured nothing but fine equipment. He's real stylish, and
well, every time I've seen either one of the Moody's, they've always been very even-tempered and just composed at the table, which is a key ingredient if you're going to stay in these tournaments, because if you find yourself being two up or two down, that's going to take you out of your match. So these guys have the temperament. The family has the temperament for the sport for sure.
So we're getting ready to have our lag for the break. John's the lefty. He's got Moody on
Thank you
his
there,
back.
Rob. So we just got word.
Amsterdam.
Yeah, Amsterdam. Rafael Dabreu from Amsterdam, New York.
So now Moody wins the lag, and this is going to be I believe a race to 6. I think I might. In fact, I just saw John lose over there. He lost a match to was it Mr. Kang beat him?
Yes.
So I think this is a B-side match.
It is. I'm going to go ahead and change that.
John is breaking just the edge of his cue ball is about on the head spot. Watch the one ball. It's going to come up, went straight down the middle pretty much. He hit him a little hard. You see these 5 balls are up past the head string, and he also broke dry. Raphael has a shot on the one ball, I believe. Yeah, he has a major league opportunity here. The 4 ball is getting to the 3 is going to be the puzzle. He might play a little high right English, try to brush the 3 ball. No, he's going to be on top of the 10. No, he's okay. This is the shot right here. He might be playing the 3 ball all the way back in the side pocket. Draw it off that side rail and come back towards that middle diamond right where he's standing. Across, past the side pocket. He's got to hurry a little bit.
That's a pretty sporty shot there. I think he's there.
He's on the 50-yard line. It's hard to say. My one disclaimer is, even with 60 years of experience, he called the bank. With 60 years experience, I can't quite see what Raphael or John is going to be seeing up there over the ball.
Mr. Metz, thank you for joining us this morning.
If he makes this bank, he'll catch the 5 and stay right there on the 4. Even had a helper on the 6. Nice. Now he's right in line. He is flush in line here. He's got angle going up table to the 5, and then he's going to have a natural to come back to the 6. The 7 and 8 are going to be the next obstacle in this. There you see he minimized cue ball movement. That's something I can't stress enough for any of the people. That's one of the differences with bar tables versus 9-foot tables. We try to minimize cue ball movement as much as we possibly can. And play tighter angles, avoid those sharp angles. He's gonna he'd like to actually get all the way back down near the 10. You see right where he's shooting, so he can play the 7, come off the top rail and get correct on the 8. He's going to have to come down pretty good ways from the 6 to the 7. Probably high left 2 rails. That's perfect. That's a beautiful shot there. That's textbook. He either plays the high left or he just draws the ball or punches the ball across. Oh, a little hesitation there. He punched it.
I think I would have elected to go up to that to the short rail there. Made sure that I straightened out that angle a little bit. But that's all right. He needs to get back across table anyway.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Coming back, he could have fallen flat on the 8.
Yeah, I like that. Good call.
Nice play there. Perfect. Again, minimizing cue ball movement. Rafael DeBreo runs out. He makes that, gets perfect shape on that bank, and that cleared up the whole bowl of soup for him in that particular rack. So a 1-0 lead for Mr. DeBreo out of Amsterdam Billiards in New York. We have players from about approximately 7 states here that I'm aware of. Maryland, PA, Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Virginia, North Carolina, probably West Virginia. Wonderful field we drew. We have, I believe, 12 people left. 4 on the winner's side and 8 on the loser's side, or the B side. These two gentlemen, one of these are going to fall in 9th to 12th place. If let's see if he hits a medium. There's that 9 in the side. A little less than ideal. But he's at the table. He can control his destiny. Two plays. He can cut the one and try his best on this one. Maybe play the 5 ball on the carom, but that leaves him in the soup. I'll see what he does. Probably safety. Oh, he didn't play this, did he? If he, this is call pocket. If John has the option of whether to have him shoot again or not, I do believe, if that's how they're playing.
Yeah, that's the case. John could definitely give this back.
I'd have to give that back. As his cue ball's headed into the side. Even though he can hide behind 6, 8, and 10.
So I worked till 1:15. There's no way I can get enough sleep and be there at 9 o'clock. I just couldn't do it. I was disappointed because I'm not hitting them.
John indeed elected to give it back.
What do you think about giving that back there, George? Would you give that back? What do you think is the safety play here?
The safety play is catch it as full as you can and draw it just above the side pocket and try to come back next to the 4. Because the 1 ball should hit the 6. And
You can use the 2 as cover too as well, right?
possibly, yeah. He's got about a half the ball, I'd say.
They went for the make.
Went for the make and didn't get the cake. But he was there if he made the ball. But he didn't quite get there, so here's a touch shot.
When I'm saying who's you, I'm 537.
That's gone. I believe that the shot was to play for the corner and not the side. Playing for the side pocket was folly, in my humble opinion. Not because this happened, but he had a lot of margin for error if he went past the 4 ball.
So Josh Parks had a interesting question. I think this is what BJ was alluding to, is if John Moody would have called safe
And made the ball?
If Raphael would have called safe and still made a ball, would Mr. Moody still be able to give it back to him?
No. I believe, and I'm not even 1,000%, but I can tell you this, that and you call safe and pocket the ball, you've forfeited your turn at the table, even if it was a good hit.
Right. And so the incoming player would not have the option to give it back to you.
Right. Only on a push or a bad hit. But that's a ticklish question.
Yeah, I know that's subjective. This has come up before, and I've heard it in the rules conversations before.
Because if I'm playing straight pool, for example, another pocket game, I can pocket a ball and call safe, and I don't and I relinquish my turn at the table, and
Yes.
there's no negotiation. The man can't tell me shoot again.
Well, I'm familiar with the pocket safe call in 8-ball and how that works, and I understand player option in this situation. I think that's where we're talking about is the combination of player option and call shot. So if you're calling your shot and you call safe, make a legal hit, and pocket a ball,
That's it.
can John get it back? And I think the answer is no, right?
No. That was a real nice shot there, incidentally. This guy can play some. He wouldn't be here unless he could.
I think that's exactly, Josh. That's a similar question that what BJ was having a conversation with us about in his match. So I think you're onto something there, sir.
Two to nothing in favor of Mr. DeBreo.
John Moody to break, down by 2. Excuse me.
Good break shot. The 2-3 are tied up there, but
No worries, man. It's empty. Thank you.
Can I talk to you a minute?
Yeah.
Well, a kick shot here, probably. He might be able to catch a little thin layer of paint on the one, a little yellow. Might have a direct shot at it. He called the side pocket. He's gonna jump, but even making this ball, I wouldn't see much of a reward. Even if he did pocket it, he'll end up with only a kick safe on the deuce. See, in 9-ball, there is no call ball in 9-ball anyway, so that's a moot point. You see, now we're playing a call ball rotation game, which makes all the difference in the world. But, oh, that jumped out of the pocket and going back in, right where he called it. Right where he called it. It's the same rules. In other words, he called the side pocket, it jumped, it hopped out, and it spun back and went in the pocket. And he went where he called it.
So what do I go to if I play this short back?
I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll get a clarification on the rule in a minute. I'll have Brian come over here and speak to that rule, and that will settle it for what it is for the tournament.
Because each tournament is going to have a different set of rules, and I played and competed in a 10-ball tournament a few years ago in
Where it's
Richmond.
call shot, call safe, right? Call shot, call safe.
But let's say you call the 2-ball in the corner pocket, miss and you don't pocket the ball, make a good hit. Your opponent could have you shoot again.
Oh, because you missed the pot.
Because you missed the pot, right? You see, and we didn't get home.
That's an odd game.
We didn't get home until like 4 a.m. Monday morning. It just took forever.
Yeah, I think I would have just went to sleep.
A lot of people did. They tried to play the traditional rules of 10-ball, which were, and these have been modified rules in order to permit large fields to play in 16 hours. 128 player field like this, 100 plus player field. But I played a tournament like that in Richmond. It was a Virginia State 10-ball. It was about 4 years ago. This ball might go past the 3-ball, and John has an opportunity here. Just go into the 6 and bump the 6 out. Oh, he's going to try to get him on 3 fouls. 3 consecutive fouls by the same player in the same game will constitute loss of game. But you see, the rules are the same for everybody, is all I could say. And some tournaments I've just seen flat out slop 10-ball too. No good.
Nice effort.
This looks like a.
So I just got back. Does John have him on 2?
Raphael's on 2 whacks. 2 chuckles. Oh, he isn't going to pocket
so
this
what he's
ball.
going to do is pocket the 2 and maybe play safe off the 3.
But the 3 looks like it's frozen.
It's going to be difficult to pinch that 3 ball by the 6, right?
No, from the other side, but and play like a Z shot and come across. Don't kiss the 5, but you got to get right on the 3. It's a tough run out.
Well, I'm thinking if you're John, you have Raphael on 2. You have the 6 ball right there. Ideally, you'd be able to pocket the 2 and then play safe off the 3 and leave it pinned up on the 6. But I don't see an option there.
Well, you see, when you take, and William, that's valid, and again, with this debate that the traditional 10 ball takes the rolls out of the game, that would bring the space between better players from the inferior players even greater, and the fields would shrink. And they don't want small fields. They want 100-player plus fields like we got.
There's the shot.
No, that's no good. He's giving up the side rail. That's useless.
Yeah, you also have the bottom rail to help. So you go to the side rail, and if you catch that bottom rail, you're almost certainly going to hit the 2.
Plus he has to notify his man that he's on 2 fouls.
That's true too. Yes, true.
You get, yeah, and but that again is you're going to have the same people all the time in the final 8, and after a while the interest will lag. But in this bar table game, a lot of these guys that are dangerous and playing the low mid 600s can compete with these guys that are in the 7 to 750 area.
Especially with the short races, when races the 7, 6, etc.
Alternate break where you can't string
That's
racks. Right. They're trying to make it as attractive as to many players that want to play. That's how tours died. It's the same people kept winning.
Yeah. Yep.
That was almost like dogging a 9 ball. Moody not getting his man on the 3 fouls.
Yeah.
But this is a good bank coming back at him, but no position. This is an 80% bank for him if he played it.
So what do you think? That was sort of a half-hearted attempt at that too, or you think he was trying to pocket it?
He's
Or he's playing more of a safe shot there?
now what he's doing is he's playing a disrupt game.
Yeah.
In other words, this guy's in stroke, and he's trying to get this guy out of stroke by having him pushing balls around.
You got
That
the
happens.
6 there covering the face of the 3.
That happens playing that 1 hole a lot. People get so out of stroke from pushing and chopping balls around.
Well, while we're on that topic, I can't tell you how many times I've gotten situations where I'm playing 8 ball, and you start getting in situations where you're dinking balls around because the racks don't lay for yourself to run out. And then when you finally have to open up, especially on a 9-foot table, and you have to open up a stroke, it isn't there.
And the pockets look like pinheads. And you get a case of the whiskeys shooting at some of these balls. Oh, he tried to 2-rail it. And that's a shame that here he is, have a guy on 2 fouls, and in 2 innings later, his opponent has ball in hand on the same ball that he played safe on. That's
I don't see that much.
here though. He might be playing to go into the 6.
I think you have to. I don't think you want to try to aim for that little window above the 6.
No. Or see if he tries to roll it onto the short side, he's got to be about straight in, and position on the next ball is,
That's
yeah,
a nice shot.
that's
More
a
angle
good
than you
shot.
want, but still a good shot.
Frozen, I think. His high right ball.
Sean Wilkie, Thomas Haas. Sean Wilkie, Thomas Haas. 24.
So we just heard Sean Wilkie and Thomas Haas being called to the table.
The other two left in the undefeated side, I believe, are Kang, a young man we saw last night, Mr. Kang from New York, and Tom Zippler. I think that's the other Final Four match on the winner's side. I might be misguided in that call, but that I know Zippler is in the Final Four for sure. He shared with me that he was given the match 7-6. The guy missed the out on the hill for Hill for him to advance to the Final Four,
So
and
you're
that's
saying he was fortunate?
fortunate. A big swing, because that guaranteed him 5th, 6th rather than 9th, 12th.
Right, right.
In the keyhole,
Window, yeah.
he does have a
So I think John could even pot this ball.
Please come over and get signed up, get registered so we can get our list together. Please avoid the tournaments that are going on right now on your way out. Enter the stage on the right.
I see they got cones up on tables so that people can't jump up and in between tables. That's a good move.
Well, it certainly helps to keep the flow moving. You're up here at the finals and getting towards the finals. You don't want these people are paying for this cash to be interrupted by people that aren't involved in the tournament.
Sure. I'm trying to see what sort of shot that. Oh yeah, he's got to go a little bit past the 6. Just like that. Now he's got a little punch gap between the 8 and 9. His one danger is not to get too straight on the 7. Like this.
Just draw back and play the 8 in the side, left side.
That's going to be the best he could hope, because or he can go forward and play for the 8 to the top right corner on the screen and shoot and stop. He's going to. I don't know what he's going to do. I think he's going to just go. He played the punch, 8 in the
Nice
corner.
play 8 in the corner, yeah.
Good shot. That's picture. He's got the correct angle. He isn't going towards the 9. If anything, a little away from it. Draw back an inch. Good shot. A slight bit of high left. Straight in.
All right, so Rafael Debrero, 3-0 over John Moody, heading into game 4. If you're just joining us, my name is Wayne Everhart. I'm here with George Hammerbacher, and we are covering the first annual B&L 10-ball open, $5,000 added. And we're here at Center Pockets in Bowie, Maryland. I think we're down to the final 8.
12. I think they're
Final
12.
Yeah.
You got 8 on the winner's side, 8 on the loser's side rather, and 4 on the winner's side.
Yeah. Down to the
These
final 12.
final 12, and in the final 4 on the winner's side include Sean Wilkie, Thomas Haas, Tom Zippler from Harford County, Maryland. I don't know who Tom I think has to play
We'll look.
Mr. Kang, I think.
Yeah.
I might be wrong. Kang Lee, yeah.
Kang Lee.
That's right. There's a beautiful break. Oh, but the 7 went up above the side pocket, and that was a good break shot. He just might have caught it a little too hard or a little too full. The break shot is a very precise beast on this table.
Mr. Ortiz, thank you for joining us.
Yes, indeedy.
You know Madison Ortiz, Mr. Ortiz?
I can't say I do,
Right.
but needless to say, glad you could stop in, and we're down to the final 12 players here, and that's the we had the one loss side play out, and that 4 people were eliminated, and left. Oh, the hammer knows me if he sees me. Okay. Okay. Well, I will stand corrected.
Mr. Ortiz, we have to talk. I have to find out about Cusco. We were talking about that last year, and we're coming up with the JP Newt, and might be interested in that live scoring system. So reach out to me.
Yes.
Jerry, there is a bracket. Give me one moment. I'll post it for you.
This is a critical game for John. Raphael will have to draw his ball back or maybe just stick right on the spot. Well, this is a shot that he might see himself cutting the 3 with the right English, coming off the inside of the 9 and floating up to the 4. No. Nice touch.
My pleasure, Jerry. Enjoy the stream.
after this round, you'll have 4 people eliminated, and then you'll start to go up the ladder. Good shot. This guy can play.
Just drift down on the pro side of the 6-ball.
He's he's got to watch it. He doesn't go up the inside of the 9.
Oh, okay, nice shot.
That's a good shot. See, if he would have flipped the inside of the 9, he could have found himself on that top cushion, and been in a tough spot. But now he's going to have to put lots of left English and kill the pill here.
He didn't really kill it there. It
Yes,
like
he did.
Yeah.
That was a big angle. He didn't even think about the side. It was much too much. He's still got a slight off angle on the 7. He might play a little left center and try to play a little hook draw into this 7 and hold it there. See how he's cueing? He's cueing bottom and ever so slightly left to center. So that they change the angle of contact coming in on that ball ever so slightly. Probably draw his rock to the side rail, go across the face of the ball with the bottom right. Shouldn't be going down table. Good shot. He's got a perfect half ball shot, and the speed angle will carry him almost right back where he is. He should be very close to straight in on the 10 with just a normal, easy stroke. Hopefully I didn't put the announcer's curse on him. Yeah, he did hit that good. He went 2 rails, and player's choice, he got straight in on the 10. Literally, he just stopped right on the money there. 4 games to nothing. Rafael DeBreo from the Amsterdam Billiards in New York, taking John Moody 4-0 here in a race to 6. Very tough spot to be in. Being an alternate break format and stuck 4-0 in a set like this. Very tough. Like to thank a bunch. This is the Think Tech Maryland streaming. Wayne Everhart and his delightful Miss Kelly Daniel are the operators of this situation. Miss Gina Cunningham of the Keller Williams Integrity Real Estate Group. Thanks a bunch for your support. Baltimore City Cues. He hit him too hard again. He had about 7 balls jump upstream. If I sound like a broken record, that's what I'm seeing here. These guys gotta just not hit that breaks that hard. There's about, I'm sure 80 or 90% of these people are strictly big table players. That this is competition and terrific equipment. They weren't going to be playing on tables built to Venn quarters. These tables here, these diamonds, are 4.5-inch pockets, and you got to make the ball in the hole here. I looked at this table here. This table has got plenty of bite in it. In other words, it's not smooth and slick, but it's in prime playing condition. He might be trying to play the bank past this 5 ball. No, not from the practice stroke. He might, I don't know. If that ball passes the 5 ball for the bank, he's looking at it. THINKTECHMD, baby. All right. Has a speed trooper.
Oh, wow. What a beautiful shot.
Very nicely done. He had good margin for error in there. He had about almost a 6 to 8 inch square box to put that in. But he still hit it good. And John almost has to sell out a shot unless he gets lucky.
You called it, George. Well, I think
He got a little
yeah,
lucky,
he got a little lucky.
but
Brings the scratch in play on a good hit here, if you're not careful.
he can just shoot and stop and try to bank that ball up and stick behind the 10.
Yeah, so basically cross the 2-ball up table, bring the cue ball to the left long rail, and then back under the 10 for some draw.
I've been hitting them from time to time. Eddie Friedman, old buddy of mine from the old Gentleman's Cue in Pikesville, Maryland. Eddie, a forever,
I like that shot. Good shot.
forever lifer, lover of the game. Still scratches them around a little bit, playing one pocket. Me, I'm just hitting enough balls to be able to show people what to do, when to do it, and hold on to some credibility. That's a good shot there. Good high percentage pocket billiards there. He had all kinds of balls to hide behind. But if he spins this sharp with 2 rails, comes in behind it like he's looking, he might turn this one around. Lots of right English. He's got to dig his rock here a bit. Oh, he did. The ball deflected and he made a bad hit.
Just hooked on him a little bit too early. Just didn't give it enough borrow.
The 7-8 looked like a good playing combo. John hadn't made too many balls in this set. He's only made about a half a dozen total balls in this entire set. He needs this to let his stroke out a bit.
Get some confidence.
Yeah. He gets a correct angle on the 6 to the 7-8. He's
Plenty
in-
of work to do here for sure.
Yeah. He's going to shoot the 4, the pink, and he might get a drift angle, not come off the rail angle. He's got to come all the way back and get a drift angle. Got to hurry a little. That's just fair. He needed about another turn to make that a... He can pull that over, though. Watch the 9 ball. Good shot. 3 rails, back and forth and back again. You can't try to lag this ball. You're going to have to hit this with authority and let it come back 1, 2, 3 rails and then back all the way back to the 7. You try to lag that ball, you usually end up on the 50-yard line if you make it. If he's shooting it. He tried to break him, and that was pretty hard to do, to get in between the 7 and 8 and not hit either one of them. This ball could be a cross-corner bank and shooting stick.
I think that's what you choose, the cross-corner bank, and if you miss it, you try to miss it pro side. Leave it on the short rail.
Yep. That's what he called. He's called cross-corner. A lot of times a double kiss is what's going to happen on this shot.
I think a little bit of low left.
Remember, he's coming off the cushion, so that's going to get accentuated. Watch a double kiss.
Left.
Yeah,
As I said.
nice call. That was right. That was a real close hit. But like I tell all the students and aspiring players that are listening, anytime you get a close hit like that and you're not sure and it means something, especially, call a neutral third party or a tournament director. That way you avoid all misunderstandings. Otherwise, any questionable hits always go to the shooter. I'm glad to hear Joe's doing good. Eddie's son Joe developed into a pretty good player. Apple didn't fall that far from the tree, Eddie.
So simple safety, just putting that 7 ball on the opposite long
Nice
rail.
touch.
Yeah.
Nice touch to freeze him on the rail. John's going to just smoke this ball. And the cue ball is going to have the follow, and he's going to call the arresto rock, boy. Ball's going to arresto rock with the follow. Full hit like this. Good shot. 8's frozen too, or close enough. Big game for John, just to win a game and start to get it stretching a little bit. You're gonna have to bank another one. He's struggling.
Just can't get in any rhythm.
Right. Well, that was a tough out.
Yeah, no question.
Raphael is making him sing for his supper.
Well, you know how it is, George. When you're struggling, it just seems like everything just becomes that much more difficult. Makeable balls are makeable, but
Good
they're odd
shot,
angles
John.
and-
Nice, classy bank from
Yes,
John.
Sir. Yes, sir.
And get up on board. John Moody gets on board. He trails 4-1 against
Race to 6.
in a race to 6. But that's still You know, if he happens to win this game and then breaks and runs out, it's 4-3, just like that.
Folks, I'm going to go ahead and put a registration page up for the Bob Stocks Memorial. I'm going to put the link in the page along with our player list. If you're interested, go ahead and just visit the site and sign up there.
Look at this break shot. He might be able to skin the one. Made a real strong break. Made a couple balls, both in the side pocket. He might come in on the short rail. He's gonna watch it hit, and he's gonna have it on replay on his high-tech device there. He calls the corner pocket. Let's see. Good hit all the way. But there's good news and there's bad news. Good news was it was a good hit and he made the ball. Bad news is there's a lot more pocket billiards to be played. The side pockets in his he's going to go rail first in front of the side pocket. Play a skip shot, like he's underhanding a stone across the pond. He's going to hit this ball with a low sliding hit, so that the ball skips instead of really rebounds. I believe that's what he's going to do. That'll cause this ball to fan out a little more than it would be otherwise. He's going to roll it on the bottom and play a skipper.
Oh, just missed.
He had spin on the ball. That was a mistake. He tried to spin the ball, and that was why he went wide. If he'd have just hit it low center, he'd have been right on the cheese there. Big game for John. John can win this game and break and run or something. He'll give Raphael a tussle. Dennis Hatch, oh right. He said you needed more spin. He spun, looked like he spun wide on it, Dennis. But Dennis is a top professional player forever and ever.
Mr. Hatch, thank you for joining us today. Hope you're enjoying the stream.
I first saw Dennis Hatch down on the Florida tour in the mid-late 1980s, and he was traveling with his father and his uncle around to those weekly tour stops run by the redheaded girl, Corinne Hoffman.
Dennis, you still have an invitation to the Bob Stocks.
Anybody
If you're
in the
interested.
building for the short rack 8-ball event, get signed up.
Corinne Hoffman, yeah.
Members meeting back by the racks on tables in about 10 minutes.
Her sister was Bonnie, who played on the WPBA tour. Yeah, I remember you. I remember you got to the finals of the U.S. Open. You're still a then sort of a guy, I believe, Dennis.
So John Moody Sr. looking to crawl within 2.
And be on the break and be right back in this match. Good shot from John, and now John trails 4-2, and he's on the break. We were down there playing at Boca Billiards when I first met you in Boca Raton, Sid Banner's place. I played your dad. Your dad, I think his name was Greg.
I'm like sitting here in amazement at George's recollection of just about every tournament that he's ever been in.
That was they were playing on those Soren Sogard tables, those heated bed tables, the Swedish tables that might have had 2-inch thick slate on them. Those were monsters.
All right, John Moody to break, down by 2. On a race to 6. 4 games to 2.
Oh, look at this. He's got them all spinning in, but he's
wow.
flushed behind the 7. That
just takes the wind right out of you, don't it? I mean,
these were all tap-ins if he had a shot on the trade ball, but unfortunately, see, the push-out is very, very tenuous because the 4 is just a gimme if he gets any kind of shot on the 3. He'll push down to parallel bank, I think. I can't say, Juan. Thanks, Linda. I can remember all that stuff, but 15 seconds ago can still elude me. All right. I always appreciate a good move.
BJ Ussery, Paul Grimes.
give me just a second, Dennis. I'll take a look.
Table 11.
Paul Crimes is getting ready to tee it up with BJ Ussery. He just got called. Just got called to the table. BJ, I
Justin
think
Miller lost to Paul Crimes 6-4, so he's out. Justin Mueller lost 6-4 to Paul Crimes.
there are, I think, 8 players left after this round. I believe that Dennis Hatch finished second in the U.S. Open like a few years after I met him. He fouled that with his stick.
It's not all ball fouls.
Not
so,
all ball fouls, unless it interfered with a rolling ball. And then of course, Raphael could have put the ball back where as near as he could to the spot. I believe that's the.
Yeah, and sometimes you have to be a little cautious with that because people take advantage.
Of course they will. Two rails. Oh, that's going to hurt him. This is just lay on the rail, and you'll just fall right up on the 7. Roll the 7 to the 8 on the short side.
So the gentlemen were just having a conversation about the scrub ball there, and I think these guys were feeling that it was more important to not quibble, and they both smiled, shook their heads, and just moved on.
Why all that? He actually can get to play the 8 in the same pocket now, which is he's actually got to be a little more precise like this. He did a good job. He'll just probably roll forward. I don't see any percentage in trying to punch it past the 9 because he's a little in between. That's correct. He had a little bit of inside turn on the ball to make sure it got away from the 9. Thanks, John. Thank you, Mr. Shea. Thank you very much for your kind words.
5-2, Rafael Debrero over John Moody on a race to 6.
That was a tough setback for Mr. Moody. He had gotten good safety, a good move, and had the momentum starting to shift his way, and then it got away from him.
You just had a feeling if he could have pulled that rack off, he would. Well, you got Rafael breaking now, but you just had a feeling John was starting to get a little momentum. Starting to feel a bit more comfortable.
John is the type of player that can keep you sitting for an hour when he gets going. I've played him several times. I'm not sure. No, I don't know what the score of Sean and Thomas Haas are. I'm not. They've been playing a while, I know.
So, Josh, we're looking at getting live scoring for our events coming up. So we'll be talking to Mr. Ortiz, see if we can get that Cusco going. And we would love to have live scoring at all of our events that we cover.
There's both balls go in the side, but unfortunately, his play on the 1 ball is a defensive shot, I would think.
Got to be careful not to foul here. If you're going to hit that ball and address it low, a lot of times that cue ball will draw right back into the tip of your cue.
I got him flicking the ball up table and trying to get behind the 2 ball.
It's coming awful direct at it.
That's too direct. Almost has to sell out a shot here. Or at least he sold out a hit.
Don't go that way, Cassie. Oh, you didn't? Yeah, we were hoping to get that up, bro. It's nice having Rick
He might get caught on the 3 ball here if he tries to thin this ball.
Man, how'd he hit it?
Oh my goodness.
How'd he hit that ball? Oh, give him a roll.
I think he might have to call the carom man here on the 10, send the deuce up table, and sit chilly with his cue ball on the rail if he decides to.
There's a chance to sign up for short rack 8 ball. If you're not paid, you're not in the tournament.
I wonder if that short rack 8 ball they're describing as Hurricane 8 ball, where they play with 4 stripes, 4 solids, and the 8 ball and a 9 ball rack.
Yep, Hurricane 8 ball, right? Hurricane. Yeah.
Hurricane 8 ball. I played that in the Midwest. Played a tournament like that in Nebraska. Well, I don't know how many places I played. It looks like he is playing. He is going to try to play a carom, I think.
All three of us came in together. One friend won, I took second, the other guy took
Yeah. But unfortunately, he caught it too full, and he's going to still make Raphael make a ball, but Raphael could fall on a bank.
So if he's going to try to draw this ball and try to get above the 3, you got to be careful not scratching the side here.
He's going to punch it to parallel to the bank, I believe. He ain't going to try to do anything too piggy with this. Not in this spot. Wow. How fast
That's
that
pretty good
played.
control of the rock right there, buddy.
Yeah. This looks like I'm going to be saying my litany in a minute. And you know what that is, don't you? The condemned man ate a hearty meal. This looks like these old New York guys call Cosmos. He'll go forward a little bit. In all probability, this is a player's choice. He either goes to the rail or he just punches to the middle of the table. This is all center diamond position. Hit center diamond and come cross table center diamond. Off with the heads. Mr. Raphael DeBreo from New York City defeats Mr. John Moody of lately Cambridge, Salisbury, Maryland, the Eastern Shore by the score of 6-2. We'll be back in a few minutes with our next live stream match on Think Tech Maryland's billiard streaming.
This is Wayne Everhart and George Hammerbacker from TTMD Billiard Streaming. We'll be right back. All right, for our next match, we'll have Kang Lee and Thomas Zippler. So just hang tight. We'll be right back. You're good now.
Quite impressive last night. He showed plenty of strength in the match we observed him last night. He's going to play Mr. Tom Zippler from Harford County, Maryland, I believe, either Bel Air or Aberdeen. I'm not 100% where Tommy's address is at the moment, but he lives in that general area. And I've known Tommy for a number of years, and he's a up-and-coming player who's really improved in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years. He goes and plays in all the big events he can. Derby
He was
City.
just up at Derby, and was he at Derby City?
Derby
Or-
City.
Yeah.
He was in there competing at one pocket, and he's had good finishes up there at Turning Stone.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he went to Turning Stone this year.
I
I think.
I think he did. Turning Stone is like a AAA plus tournament, where it's not quite the superstar is quite as deep, but it's chock full of good international players with the likes of Jason Shaw up there consistently, and Van Boning has won that 6 times or so, and so is Jason Shaw, and Tom has had a couple good finishes up there. I know that's a place that Dennis Hatch played all the time. I saw several of his matches on YouTube. Oh yeah, Earl. He's won it any number of times too. I think 6 times, like Shane and Jason and Earl. They've had about 36, 37 events, and those 3 have split them. They've won half of them total between them. Okay, Julia is over there sweating that Wilkie Thomas Haas match, and 3-2, she says, Wilkie at the moment.
Michael, you were asking about when the next tournament is at Center Pockets. If you look at our description, we have a link for B&L tournaments. And you can check them out, check the schedule. They're often adding events every couple of weeks. So just monitor their page. And, I'm sure you'll find an event out here sooner than later. My mic was off. Okay, so we'll try that again. So, Mike, you were asking about the tournaments at Center Pockets. If you check out our description of this event, in the description there is a link for B&L Tournaments events. I would suggest you just monitor their page, just like and follow their page, and they do a lot of tournaments out of here at Center Pockets, and in general, they share the wealth with the pool rooms around the area. So just monitor their page, and I'm sure we can get you into an event.
The hot seat.
That's correct. The winner of the match, as George just alluded to, goes to the hot seat.
Winner of this match is guaranteed third place, and I'm sure that will be a very, very healthy delivery of wampum in their account. In short, they're going to have some serious gelt. Yeah, that.
So, folks, I'm going to step away for just a minute. I'm going to grab a drink for George, and before we get this match going, I'll be right back. This is Wayne Everhart from TTMD. This is TTMD Billiard Streaming. We'll be right back.
Okay. Thanks, Wayne.
Diet Coke, no ice. Gotcha.
Yeah, ask him to turn it down. He's shutting all the way down for literally 20 minutes. It'd be great. All players in the short rack event, please report to the back corner by the Rassins. I'm on the way back to the players meeting in Calcutta.
Looks like the boys are getting ready to do battle. Oh, they're going to flip instead of lag. Kang wins the toss and is going to break. So here we have a race to 7. Both these gentlemen are undefeated, and this is going to be, I believe, their 6th match in a 128 player flow chart, and they're both undefeated to this point in time. And Lee is from New York. He's on the break. This is 10 ball, call ball. A 10 ball does not count on the break shot. It spots up, and the breaker continues to have an option to shoot or push. Kang hit him a little too hard and broke dry. I've been watching this table play for the last 10, 12 hours, and I've seen that the boys that hit the balls smoother on these break shots on this table will get balls to go in the side pocket and very predictable paths on the 1 ball and the cue ball. But here we go, Zippler at the table. This young man has improved in the last 4 or 5 years. I played with him in American rotation, and he's done nothing but improve. He's excellent one-pocket player and a good tactician. Kang may have stronger ball-making skills or stroke, but Tom likes to move, moves like a ghost, like they say. Well, he can spin this ball with lots of left. I don't know why he would call it. If he makes it, he won't have a shot on the 2.
Nice shot there.
I think Tom's best move is to lock up a ball.
All right, everybody in short right, back to the corner, back to the corner.
Nice try, but I got him punching this ball back for the 2 on your top left corner on the screen.
I think this is going to be it. I mean, they're a little congested, but I think the key shot is going to be right here. Play the 2 ball.
Right.
Set up for the 3.
He wants to get straight in on the 2 to to the
exactly.
top left corner on the screen. That's a little farther than he'd have liked.
I think he's going to be okay. He might have to juice it a little bit. Maybe hit it with a little bit of top. Try to roll it. See if he can get it off of that.
He's
ball
liable.
rack.
No, he's liable to play this in the side. Now he's going to play the corner, but he's going to have a sharper angle on the 3.
Yeah, he had to hit it a little bit more juice.
We hit it good. He'll draw this ball across, but the trouble is if he does that, he might catch a piece of the 7 coming off the rail. No,
Did he? Yes. Wow.
that's close.
Real close. Off
He-
queuing over the 10.
He had to play the punch because he knew if he drew the ball, he would have been going near the 7. I don't think he likes it. In fact, I know he doesn't like it.
He's going for the make.
He's gonna
Going to try to swerve this ball.
he's gonna play a little swerve curve, and it'll take some nerve. For him to stay on serve. Swerve and curve, and it'll take some nerve to stay on
Changed
serve.
his mind there.
He might just thin the ball and come up table and be a citizen. Oh, he's sold out. Tommy, you might have to get the rake for this shot. Or a cue extender.
2 rails, try to bring the 2 down between the 7 and the 10.
He's just going to come off the long rail and real easy. That's perfect. Jacked up on the 10. That's terrible.
Manageable, but not ideal.
No, this is rugged. You kidding? He's going right at the 9. Yeah, he didn't like it.
Yeah.
He's gonna get away with a leave, but you only get so many good opportunities in sets like this, and you must get out. Otherwise, no fooling. A 3 cushion game is a game that's been ignored over the generations. Really only popular in places with large ethnic populations like New York, Miami, Los Angeles, places that feature lots of. He nicked it.
That was a pretty good shot there.
He put the garlic breath on that 7. That part I don't know. The great Sang Lee, I don't know. There might be, as many Lees in the phone book in Seoul, Korea as I don't know. I don't think they're all related, but who knows? Could be. I remember a Mr. Lee that was around Maryland here.
I used to see him at Jack and Jill's periodically, right?
Right. He had his own. He had the USA Billiards in Laurel, and he also had a room for a time up in Rosedale in Baltimore, northeast Baltimore County. And he also, his last room was in Woodlawn in the Security Square Mall. Mr. Lee, he was also an excellent billiard player. Good pool player too. I played Mr. Lee a couple times. He was real tough at billiards. Sold out. Slight angle. Good look at it on this shot that he's got about 90% ball. Tendency is to overcut this ball.
Oops.
This one's tough. In fact, I almost half like seeing him. Yeah, he's going to bank this ball, and that's understandable. Good shot from Tommy. Yeah, one was Young Lee, and the other older brother owned USA Billiards in Laurel. Played there a lot. That was a nice spot. Tommy Zippler takes a 1-0 lead over Mr. Kang Lee.
Folks, if you're just joining us, my name is Wayne Everhart from ThinkTechMD. This is TTMD Billiards Streaming. So we're out here today at the B&L 2022 10-ball open, $5,000 added. We're getting down to the final players. We're at Center Pocket in Bowie, Maryland. If you've never been to this facility, they have 25, I believe, 7-foot diamonds and 5 9-foot Rassins. One of the Rassins is a former Moscone Cup, I believe, practice table. So a real nice facility. If we have any tournament directors out there that are interested in our services, we do provide our services. And you can just reach out to me and we can work out a deal. Sometimes it's just a matter of just getting the right sponsorships in place. All right.
I'm George Hammerbacher, a longtime instructor and player, calling the action.
Tom Zippler to break.
Here we go. The cue ball got buffeted around, and now he's going to roll. We got to roll out.
Push out by Tom.
This one here is a real good cross bank that he can't pass up. Plus, if he plays the left English on this ball, he'll go into 3-5 and get shape on the 2. This might have been a loose push from Tommy if he decides to bank this and do what I say. Yep. Tommy rused that push.
You saying he baited him into that push, into that shot? You knew he was going to take the cross corner bank?
Of course.
Yeah, exactly.
He had to
Nice
twist
shot
it a
there
little
by
bit,
Ken.
yeah. He's gonna play this like a citizen to the short side, I think. I don't think he's gonna do anything frisky with this ball.
Let's go, Thomas Haas. Pulling for you, buddy.
Like I said, played to the short side. And that nice natural angle, go to the middle of the table and round up his tap ends. Both of those guys were students of mine, both Mike Shields. Aaron Nicodemus is in Arizona right now, living in Arizona. Used to take Wiggy up to the, in those days, to the Nick's Billiards in Reisterstown, a room I ran in the early 90s. I knew Mike Shields from the Blue Jay days. Yeah, that greenies too. You got it. Nice routine. And Tommy rued that push.
1-1. On a race to 7.
that kind of unfolded the way it looked, didn't it?
Yeah.
That one ball was sticking this little yellow paint out there, just begging to be
Yeah.
banked, and
Yeah.
those cluster laid for an inside hit. It was still had to execute. There are people that got all the understanding in the world, but don't have the application.
Yes. It all comes down to execution. You can have it all in your head, but you can't execute it. Just
I've
part
been-
part of the equation.
Curtis, I've been doing very, very well, thank you. Been teaching pool. I've been on the mics for about the last eight or so years on different regional events and some other events, and yeah, I still live about a mile and a half from Blue Jays in the old VIP. It's sort of an editorial is that the casinos ruined all those pool rooms in Baltimore County. Casinos ruined them all.
You're saying people are going to pool slots and playing cards rather than go to the pool rooms? Or are you talking about tournaments in the...
Well, they see the pool rooms in those days, Wayne, you may not, they had draw poker machines.
yes, I'm familiar.
And
Yes, I'm familiar.
that was the major source of their income.
Well, that's kind of the problem, right?
And they could charge $2 an hour to play on gold crowns that were perfect gold crowns, and the pool was really a front.
That's the problem. The pool room wasn't really. It was more of a front for the gambling rather than for pool. So,
But still, once the casinos opened up, those vending operators that own those places had no recourse but to close down, and that meant that the only places you could go were places you had to be 21, like a bar, and I used to get juniors, all kinds of juniors and students like Aaron Nicodemus, and flat out, I've had like no junior players since the casinos, not a one.
well, we're going to have to fix that because we've got plenty of juniors out there looking for instruction, and this area is full of juniors. So we're going to have to fix that for you, George. And just to sort of add on to the conversation about the situation of pool and where it was, and if my recollection growing up in the pool rooms is, it was a lot of gambling, it was a lot of staying up late, a lot of shooting pool, but then going and playing cards, and it really wasn't treated as a sport per se. And I think with the movement of all these tournaments, and some of them are grueling, that there's a shift taking place from people being hustlers to being athletes. And I think that's great for the sport. So it just seems what we have to do with what we're doing, how we take and progress the sport. But I think we're on the right path. I think as soon as we can start making the sport healthy and getting sponsors that are outside the sport, you're not going to get sponsors outside the sport if you're tied in to shady activities. So we need to clean things up a bit, get those sponsors out there, and build these venues and build. I mean, it's there. The opportunity's there. It just takes a little insight and some people willing to go against the grain a little bit.
Christian, I have special rates for both junior and senior players, and I do all hands-on instruction, and I'm PBIA advanced level, which is the only reason I didn't get to master was I didn't have a storefront. that I was going to have a pool room or a billiard academy that was a storefront. But I've been doing this a long time, and I love watching kids just learn and develop. Aaron Nicodemus was the last really good junior player I had, and he was close to year 2000 or so was the last good junior player I've had. But I've had several that won regional tournaments, including Aaron. I met Mike Davis through Aaron at a tournament in York a long time ago. Let's see what this shot here is. Oh, man. That was just barbaric what he just did.
That was an impressive shot.
Barbaric. It looks like...
Come on, Tommy. Keep fighting, buddy.
well... This is...
Talking about Thomas Haas over there on battling Sean Wilkie. He's down 6-4.
That's tough in an alternate break race to 7 format, but it's not impossible. See, most of these people that play the bar table game will just go down one rail on either side of the 10 that's featured amidships, even though the big table shot is around 3 rails.
Uh-oh.
And he's in the drink.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He might be on the lake. He might be on the lake. And that would be Lake Titicaca, of course. Where the point now, he's good. Another turn, the point would have snuffed him. Oh,
Wow.
He'll take it. It's in the dark. 2 games to 1. I'm in Catonsville. Eastern Shore. That's going to be like a solid hour and change to my place where I have all my equipment. I do go to them, but
Oh, you do a video of their shootings just from behind them and anything like that. What do you do at your house, George, that you need your equipment?
I do right now, and I gotta be that the players, if they want to bring their own recording stuff, they can. The recording stuff I have is obsolete.
He just gave me the look like, hey, it's a little old.
but what I do have is a look at detail that maybe few do have.
Right. So you're saying you're just very comfortable training, coaching out of your house.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll come down to you. But it's there'd have to be compensation for my time
Sure,
and
yeah.
all that, which would all be figured.
So the short of it, Christian, if you're willing to take a trip, you've got options for you. He'd be happy to train your 16-year-old. And if you need someone to come out your way and you want to make an appointment with George, he'd be happy to come out there if you can help him out with travel and some pay to do so.
That's and needless to say, it's refreshing to hear that there are younger people playing, because nowadays so many of them, all I see are all these kids, and all they want to do is slap on those devices, and just keep doing this all day long, with the cell phones and this and that.
There's no shortage of that, but I think that my exposure to the local area and the juniors over the last couple of years has led me to believe that there's a market there, there's interest, and it's just a matter of getting it out in front of the kids. And who doesn't like shooting pool, man? And once you get out there and start playing the game, it's hard not to get hooked into it. You know what I mean? So, and it's positive, and as long as we keep it positive and we keep it out of the sort of the underbelly of pool, then there's plenty of opportunities for these children. And we're hoping with bringing in big sponsorships over the next couple of years that we can create an avenue for players to come up through like a farm system and make it to the pros. That's our goal.
Oh, sure. Back when I started to play, there was none of that. All the old players took all their secrets to the coffin with them.
That's exactly it, George. It was such a different time, right? I mean, you had a nugget of knowledge. They didn't share it. You had to go get your head beat in before you picked up the nuance.
I was instructed in the late 1960s. Nice hit by Champagne Ed Kelly, all-around world champion and one of the 5 best all-around players that ever chalked a Q in anybody's book, I would think. And that Ed was a road partner of a man I ran a pool room for in the late 1960s before I went into the Navy. And then when I came out for a while, Ed was my primary go-to guy, and he was taught by a physics professor in Connecticut that was more of a 3-cushion billiard player. But that was the background I have. And then it's the same old universe every day. The people always change because we're human, but the universe isn't human. Oh. Well, Tommy still has a lot of pool to play, but he can fall down underneath on this 4.
Do you think Kang was just trying to be too fine with that combination? Trying to hit that 8-ball thin instead of catching it full?
No, he had to hit it like that, Wayne, to make it. It was a tough shot. Tom needs to make his ball, and he isn't in a good position for the combo. We're in the 10. The carom, he's best if he's down on this right side of the table, where he can shoot the 5 up and run into the 10 on the inside.
Oh wow.
That's going to cost him. Looks like Wilkie went to the hot seat match because Thomas is.
Yeah, he lost. He's over to the 1-loss side. Joy just let us know.
Oh. Uh, you know that's some shot. Joy, you know that's something that's crossed my mind from time to time, and I do have a lot of journalistic tendencies, and I've got a few stories too.
No question on that one.
This is going to be a probable scratch. Oh my goodness. He called that ball. What a shot. This is. Come on, Tommy, stay down and stay on task. Okay, that'll play. I just saw Tommy on Friday night over at Brews playing in the weekly tournament there. Ooh. He got a little sloppy with that ball. Well, Mr. Z is going to take down game number 4. He's conceded the ball by Mr. Lee, and it's even at 2 apiece.
All right, folks, if you're just joining us, my name is Wayne Everhart from ThinkTechMD. We're here with George Hammerbacher. He's helping us out in the booth today. We're at Center Pockets in Bowie, Maryland. And if you have a minute, go ahead and share the stream, like it. Let's try to get that viewership up. And if you're looking to get involved with any of the tournaments, we have a couple of links up in the description. You can click on a link to check out the new Greenroom Billiards. They've got tournaments going. You can check out B&L. They've got tournaments going. And then we have the Bob Stocks from TTMD Billiard Streaming. We have an event going on April 15th to 17th. That's the weekend before the Super Billiards Expo. If you're interested in that, just go ahead to our website, ttmdbilliardstreaming.com, and there's a registration form there up underneath the tournaments.
Brian, I can only say you thanks from the bottom of my heart for those kind words. I saw Mike Siegel teach up there at Johnny C's. In those days, it was still called Texas Q, I believe, in Cockeysville, Maryland, and that's a place that I opened up with John Carter in 1976, and Johnny also had the Alameda down in the city where the state tournaments were played, but I really appreciate that, Brian. I saw Mike. Mike was a guy that he would keep doing something and hope that you could learn by seeing, and a lot of people don't learn that way. They learn by listening and doing more so than they do by seeing, and everybody learns differently at a different pace, and I've had to honor that over my career as a tree topped over the 8. he still has a little price to pay for this. But oh, he jumped at that ball. He might scratch too. Yep. That's a drag to miss a ball get like that. Sure. Many times. No man I ever saw worked any harder than John Carter. He recovered his own tables. He was a great table mechanic. And when the pool room was kind of going slow and I kind of asked him for more hours, he said, George, he said, I gotta make the money myself, you know, and eventually I ran both the Alameda for him at different intervals and Johnny C's in the 1970s. And I don't know if his wife Vicky is still alive. I know she was quite sick. Vicky's father was a real pistol, Tony. He was a real pistol. These people are just, this is a turn on, just remembering people that I've known in this game. I originally met John Carter in 1967 at York Billiards on York and Belvedere in Baltimore, Maryland.
I just can't get over this. His memory is just ridiculous. This is amazing, George.
Oh, but she's still alive. I know she was in pretty dire straits.
Tom Zippler to break, down by 1, 3 games to 2, on a race to 7.
The Golden Q down there in Bladensburg, it was a place that ultimately got pretty rough, and that was when
Where was that?
the Golden Q in Bladensburg, off of 450, they Jack Cooney, the great one-pocket hustler player, he got shot down there. Now, Buck bet telephone numbers. Buck listed to the right side with his bankroll. He was broke unless he had 60 grand in his pocket, and I couldn't. I wouldn't even do the Buck disservice of being a strong scuffler to play a gambler like him. I wouldn't insult a gambler and take a 1 or 2 barrel shot at him. I respect the people that play the game and gamble too much to do that. You know, and there I had to keep my distance. He was a guy I could have played, though, that's for sure, but you had to have very deep pockets. He listed to the side like he took a torpedo amidships and was listing to the starboard side, you know, where his bankroll was.
Ball in hand.
Ball in
Dang Lee.
paw. I like him to roll into the 9-10 crotch and separate the 9-10. even though no, but the 8, you see, the 8 sets on for the 9, so that's why he's doing what he's doing. You see how the 8 is sitting. The 8 is going to be a nice lead ball to the 9. And if he clears to the deuce correctly, he should have no problem. Draw it to the short side here.
How'd he hit it?
Pretty sporty, I might add. Joe Cataldi, dear friend of mine, one of my all-time favorite people. Joe was the most fun guy to play that I ever played. I played him at the Alameda a zillion times, and he never had to gamble a ton of money. But it was even fun getting your brains beat out by Joe because there was no grind in his game. He just got up 1-2 pumps and fire, and it was fun. I played my very best playing against Joe Cataldi. He was a fun man to play. Got 9th, 12th in the last call for 9 ball, Atlantic City, around 1986, 87. Joe is still hitting balls up at Top Hat from time to time in Parkville, Maryland.
Well, that's where Tom Zippler's out of, Top Hat.
Yeah, he lives Harford County. I think he lives. See, this is the set. He's going to just fall perfect on this ball here, and going to draw back about an eyelash or stop on the front of the 8. He can't really afford to roll forward any, I don't think. He went forward a little bit and he got straight on this ball. I might have liked coming on the cut, but he might have thought the angle was too sharp. Yeah. A good friend of mine is playing in there steadily. Who sees Reggie all the time.
So, George, what do you think about rotation pool on overly tight pockets? We're trying to play rotation pool on like a table that's set up for one pocket. Because while we're on the subject of Top Hat, they went through and modified all their 9-foot tables for one pocket. And they're maybe 4 inches, but I don't even think they're 4 inches. I think they're probably 3 3/4. You can fit a ball and maybe 2/4 of a ball in the pockets. And trying to play rotation pool on tables like that, what do you think about that?
It's I don't like it, and the reason I'm kind of a purist, but I can only tell you this. You see, rotation sports involve playing cue ball paths up the table and playing very intricate tangent lines. And when you have a pocket that is less than 2 balls wide, that's going to take away a lot of the artistry.
Yeah, exactly. That's my thought. Because you start babying balls into pockets, you can't really do anything with them and cheat the pockets at all.
That or 14-1. Same thing, really. In fact, I watched the world tournaments that they played with them. What's that?
You're fine. I was trying to get Tom's attention. You're fine.
I was watching the 14-1 tournaments, and even back a ways, they had the table set at about 4 7/8 inches, the corner pockets across the points, and 5 1/8 across the sides, and that.
It just changes the game. It just creates like a moving game with some hybrid of one pocket / 9-ball and a rotation pool, and it's not the same game.
But you see, here's the thing though, and I got a couple comments, and people have asked me this all the time.
I'm sorry, guys. I missed the winner of the last rack. I was too busy talking. If someone saw who won the last rack, I'll go ahead and add it.
The sweaters will know.
Yeah, I know they will. They'll let me know.
How many of you guys are John Carter?
Neither.
Neither?
John Carter was a man I ran a pool room for back in the 1970s. And
He's not here?
He's asking if he's here.
no, he's in Jacksonville, Florida.
Who's this? I'm here at the announcement.
George. It's George here.
You're George?
Yeah.
Here, this is for you. That's John Carter's number.
Thank you.
I was told to give that to you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Nobody, like I said, ever
Thank you, Ashley.
worked any harder than John Carter. I would get tired just watching him.
Four two.
That was John. They speak of John Carter, and like I said, he was a guy that had the Alameda pool room in Baltimore, Maryland, northeast Baltimore at Belvedere in the Alameda. He had York Billiards in that same general area, York and Belvedere, and he also ran had the Texas Q in Cockeysville, Maryland, on Cranbrook Road and Church Lane.
Brian, are you the gentleman that just had someone stop over to the booth and drop off a card?
Oh yeah, I got it, and I appreciate that. I'm gonna give John a call. Hopefully he isn't gonna yell out on me, but I spoke to him like on a speakerphone last year. One of his guys that worked for him later on, a younger guy named Dennis, covered tables for him. We were talking going to a baseball game in Bowie, Maryland, right down here, the Bay Sox. Come on. Well, that Zippy was a cartoon character by Bill Griffith. He had the pinhead, remember that one? I've been going to some ball games with him, Brian, essentially going to the Bowie Bay Sox, checking out the people that still don't have it made.
One thing about college sports and semi-pro sports, those guys are playing for the right reasons. You know what I mean?
The Bowie Bay Sox are Double-A, and they're getting actually, most of them are being put up by people in the region, either for room or board or something like that. And that's Dennis H., right? Oh yeah, he still is. He's like 60 some years old. I think he's going to be 64. And still plays pretty good pool too. Always kept in good shape. That's a good shot. Floated it in good. Tommy is, this is center bottom edge. This is his perfect half ball shot. Five to 2 in favor of Mr. Lee.
Well, we have a
Yeah,
minute
I
like to say
will,
thank
Brian.
you to the new Greenroom Billiards sponsor, to Chantel Rico and all the folks over there at the new Greenroom. Thank you for supporting us. If we have their event calendar in our description, you can check them out. Always something going on over there at the new Greenroom. That's the home of the Maryland APA. If you're looking to get on a team, they also have availability. Check out the new Greenroom. Tom Zilper to break, down 2 games to 5.
Big game here. Don't hit him too hard, Tommy. Oh, he crushed him
Can't help
again.
it. He just can't help himself.
He made 2 balls, 3 balls on the break. But we saw how good that smooth break was working,
Well,
where there was shape on the one
that's
every
the
shot.
thing. You definitely control the cue ball better that way.
And shape on the one.
That's it. It's going to sit in the pocket for you.
Tommy's going to cut the room rent. The sheriff, the landlord, and the locksmith are knocking on the door.
We hit that good.
And he's coming up the fire escape with the cash. That was a wonderful hit, trailing 5 to 2 from Tommy. He's going to have to get busy.
Oh no.
That's a little less than desirable because his cue ball's going to get away with. Oh, he touches 6 with his arm.
So we're not playing all ball fouls. It's the incoming player's option to put it back or leave it where it's at.
We better hope he hits the 6 flush.
Well, he got
That could have
lucky.
been worse. Could have been
Very
worse.
fortunate with that roll.
That he does. You can't ask for any more than this right here. Just punch it out a little bit and get straight in on the 9 and put a game on a beat on your side here. Sure need one. That was a little bit of a contortion there.
Oh my.
That was. He just looks like he's
This looks like he's popping up to you.
He's popping up, and he's gotten quick with his delivery. He got away with
All
it,
right, Tommy.
but let's say something that was as routine as death and taxes turned into. You see this guy here, you know, at the operators of center pocket. What they really got to sell here, they sell food and drink, right?
Yeah.
But what they do need to sell are deodorant sticks for the sweaters here. And this
I thought you were talking about me, man.
this guy, no.
Thanks, George.
I took my monthly shower this morning, as a matter of fact. No, actually, you know that
Kang, need a break?
5-3, big one. If Zip can win this game, he's right back on serve.
Thank you to Center Pockets for having us out, and
Yeah.
you guys are doing a great job. So just keep doing what you're doing, and we'll be here to support you.
Yeah. That's my first time in here, and I watched some events from here. You know, big events that you had last season, and needless to say, this is a nice venue, perfect for events with a large field, great equipment. Players always come out. Let's see here. He's going to try to float to the short side, I think.
Paul O.
No.
Table 2.
He got away with it.
Russ Redhead.
Actually, that's a pretty sweet shot. It's going to give him a nice line into the 3.
Andrew 2. Chris Matter. Table 6. Isabel Pookie. Table 7. Raul Del Cid.
That's a good angle. That'll give him some clearance on the 9 to get into the 5.
Brian Proctor.
This shot here,
Table 9.
he'll be rolling the ball on the bottom, and just this ball should only have pocket speed.
Yeah, exactly. I think he just wants to try and drop this ball into that side pocket and leave himself a shot for the 5 in the corner. Oh, he's
He
much more firm than I was expecting.
and made a mistake. I couldn't quite see his angle, in all fairness to the player. But it looked like he had the fat pocket and a bottom roller to the 5. But it was his shot, not mine.
Melvin Tolson. Kelly Daniel. Table 13.
Oh!
Wow.
He has misplaced his mineral.
Well, one person's misfortune is another person's opportunity. So Tom has a chance to get within 2 here.
Get within 1. He's 5-3.
That's right. Get within 1. My
And
bad.
be on the break.
That's right.
Be on serve.
Thanks for keeping me straight there, George.
People in the short rack event, we are using 10-foot racks. There should be one at every table. If anybody's not sure of the rack pattern, ask the player around you to help you.
That's a good shot. He'll drag his rock to the 8, I believe, to the top right corner. Or is he going to come across?
Brian Paul
Dragged
played a little
his
earlier.
rock.
I'm not sure if he's playing now. I can look into that for you.
That's a good shot from Tommy, and he's right back in the match, 5-4, and win the break.
Paul has advanced. He's in the. He's just waiting for the winner of match. Let's see if I can find it.
What's he in the 5th, 6th spot?
Yeah.
The 5th, 6th, playing for 4th.
One thing about this challenge bracket, it's hard to see everything on the screen. There we go. So Paul Crimes will play the winner of this match.
You mean the loser?
Excuse me, the losers of this match. That's correct.
That's a huge bump. This is like a triple bump shot to win this match because you're guaranteed 3rd, and otherwise you're battling up a very, very hostile loser's side. 5 from 5th, 6th, and then 4th. You got to win 3 matches to get back here. Good break shot. He's got a shot on the 1, the deuce. He made the 9, and the deuce is gone. Good shape to the 3 ball. His real puzzle looks like the 7-10 up top in the right-hand corner, but he should have shape on the 3. Here he's going to bump the 4, except that this angle's a little steep. I think he's going to have to jack up. He doesn't like this path particularly, I don't think, based on his body language.
So it says Paul Crime says plays the loser of 204, and I can't find 204 on the bracket.
Andrew 2, Chris Madden, table 6.
I don't see it. How's that possible?
Kevin Krause, Liz Park,
Is it up higher?
table 20.
No.
Oh, maybe. There it is. Yeah, it's. I was right. He plays the winner of Kang Lee and Tom Zipper. Excuse me, loser of Kang Lee and Tom Zipper. I'll get it right eventually, George.
David Stanley, David Zasina, table 19. Dave Stanley, Dave Zasina, table 19.
Well, here there's good news, and he might end up playing the 6 to the 7
guys, my
for the
bad.
bank.
It's trying to look at the bracket on my screen. Still don't have enough real estate. I'm scrolling all over the place trying to find it.
That's a good shot, but he's straight in and he's flat.
Dave Zasina, report to table 19.
Yeah, 204 is the match we're watching.
Yep,
Yeah,
exactly.
Trey Howard, Mary Watkins, table 23. Trey Howard, Mary Watkins, 23.
this is a critical moment here. It's 5-4. It's
Gary
a
Muhammad, 22.
critical shot. I almost like
Sorry,
a
folks,
safety.
got caught up digging around in the bracket. Failed to update the
Yeah.
score.
Sanders, Mark Andrews,
That's trouble.
His safety puts his cue ball
Brandon Williams,
headed towards the left side pocket.
Swan and Brandon, 14.
That's suspect at best.
Thomas Haas, Raphael DeBreo, table 11. Thomas Haas and Raphael DeBreo, table 11.
Big shot here.
Brackets for the short brackets posted to the event and the group.
He sculled out. He got lucky. He overcut the ball, playing for the corner, and got straight in the side. He got lucky. You better not sit down too hard there, son. He might eject horseshoes. That's a gruesome game to lose for Tommy. But he had no business trying to do anything with the 6, in my humble opinion. But he's the guy in the Final Four on the winner's side in this event, and I'm just an old goat with a lot of experience in the booth that isn't doing the shooting. It's always different when you're shooting anyway compared to, I never missed a ball yet from the booth.
It's amazing how that happens.
Yeah. It's almost, it's almost ungodly.
All right, Kang lead a break, leading 6-4 on a race to 7.
Still, this is the one he wants to.
Break and run if you're Mr. Kang.
Made the ball on the side. Got an opportunity. Got to move the cue ball big distance, and there's really only one place that's any good, and that's straight in on the deuce.
Mark Andrews, table 18.
He either goes 2 rails with the punch right, or he plays the high left ball, and it's a 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. This shot's a little flat for the first shot.
Yeah, I think you got to hit this one high left.
And a little
try to-
thin.
yeah.
It's a little thin for the other.
DeBreo, table
Yeah.
11.
I think if you try to take this 2 rails, you're going to get in trouble. That's the second option you were talking about.
Yeah, that's about as good as he could have hoped. Now,
Ran it a little bit.
but you know what? He's got a gapper. You see, he can play the 2, cut it in the corner, stun to the first diamond, pass the side, and come 3 rails to the 3. He's gonna hit right above the side pocket, go past the 5, and come around 3 rails to the 3
Just don't
ball.
want to touch that 10 ball going by.
He won't touch it.
Well done. Oh, just like you called it,
He
George.
dogged the ball though.
Yeah.
Overcut it. That changed the path of the ball completely. Tommy has a chance.
And I think he's got to take this rack right here. This is his time.
If he doesn't, he's going to be shaking hands or pumping fists.
Yeah.
'Cause this is his last opportunity. Uh,
7-10.
Tough. He's going to have to spin to the 5 ball. Oh no! That was
Trying to draw into the stack there.
yeah. Well, the thing with this is it's just as well. If he misses this ball, his cue ball's coming back down. He didn't hurt himself. But anytime you give up the turn at the table, there's always collateral damage.
No, and where the 7's at, if you can get a line into it coming in fairly full, it's a pretty easy safety shot.
This is a wild cue ball. If he cuts the side. This one, he could conceivably pinch this in the rail high left ball. This is, but he had trouble beating the scratch and going cross corner. That was why he dropped his hands. The body language and the address.
Yeah, he's not liking the 7 ball. 6 ball is bad to try to get on the 7 from here. And
I like him playing safe on this ball, coming 2 rails and back behind those 3.
I gotta agree, George. I think there's no benefit to make this ball.
That's a billiard shot of the highest order.
I'm going to put that one on the old. That's going on the replay reel. That's a pretty spiffy shot right there.
Actually, this is. I wouldn't even risk the jump here, because if you hit these balls, you might as well shake his hand.
Just like you called it, George.
Oh, he got a little lucky. There's a glimmer of hope.
I don't know if the 7-10. What's that look like?
No, that's it.
Two flats going to go right into his first diamond. Yeah.
Well, he has to get right where the 8 is. That's where he's got to get. Come across 1 rail or float to it. He's going to have player's choice. Right where the 8 ball is, that gives him the natural to the
Madison,
7 to
called that,
float to
buddy.
the 9.
That was a beautiful shot.
Beautiful
And
3
unless
cushion.
you have that little piece of knowledge in your brain, that tool in the tool belt, you just don't see it.
They play on these 5x10 billiard tables with a 300 cloth, and here they are on a 7-foot table, but the same laws of the universe still apply. A great call indeed. I like him coming across. He's going to play to the side pocket. He's going to call a 10, 1
Two
rail,
rails, yeah, with the
one
9
rail
ball sitting
bank,
there. Yeah, that's
1
it,
rail
ball.
bank.
That's it, 1 rail bank. Got the 9 ball sit there to help you make the pocket bigger.
Safe. He didn't call any pocket. Sold out too. Come on,
Wow.
Tommy. What can you can't ask for any more than this.
Yeah.
Condemned man ate a hearty meal. Oh, maybe not
Unlucky.
yet.
Yes, more fortune.
Yeah.
But I think Kang is just going to leave him cinched up on the 8 unless the 7 is touching the 8.
I think it is. It's hard to really tell, but that's another mistake. Now he's got the 2 railer back. Just got to get past the 8 ball and come 2 rails behind the 9. Or take the bank. If he's got it. He caught the 8.
Get back there. That's a pretty decent shot.
That's respectable.
I think
He-
Kang can still see the edge of the 7. Can't tell from here.
Yeah, he can hit it. He can hit his left side of the 7 for sure. However, he just caught a little chunk of the 8 ball, and that kept him from getting the 2 rails between the 9 and the cue ball and flush on the rail, you know. This is odds on the tough leave. Good shot again. Some real good strategic play. Tommy will just bank this to the middle rail there behind the 10 and go up table. That's about all I might be able to visualize for him at this point. He's called the corner, won the bank. He loves one
A little
pocket.
bit of a two-way shot here, right? Maybe get above the 8 ball here.
Yeah.
If you miss the 7, maybe the 7 ends up on the short rail. Good shot.
Good shot indeed. He's got to stay down now, Tommy.
Yeah, I do see him popping up, George. That's not like he did it
Just
again.
like,
He's just
yeah.
popping up right at the last second at contact.
Ho glutton. Looks like we're going to have a 6-5 contest here.
All right, 6-5. If you're just joining us, my name is Wayne Everhart, and I'm here with George Hammerbacher. We're out here at the Center Pocket in Bowie, Maryland. This is the B&L 2022 10-Ball Open Championship. $5,000 added. Thank you to Brian Kilgore and Lai Lee for their efforts in putting this event together. We had 106 players, I believe, here in the field, George.
Yeah.
And so pretty stout field, nothing to put your head down about. Strong field. And I know they were slated to have almost 170 players. We had 50 players drop out at one point within the last 48 hours, which we were having a conversation about that yesterday. And if any of you folks are out there listening that happen to drop out of the event, just just sort of evaluate yourself a little bit. It's not a good look for the sport, and be considerate. Don't wait until the last minute to drop out of an event and then ask for your money back. Now, credit to Brian Kilgore, he gave almost $400 in greens fees back to players, and that's a credit to him. But it's not good for the sport, and I expect more from our friends and family out there in the pool community.
I'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna make a couple of phone calls.
So we're just waiting for Tom to get back from his 5-minute break, and George is going to take a small break too. Michael, what event are you talking about in particular? Are you talking about a B&L tournament? Are you talking about an event here at Center Pocket? TTMD, we have a tournament coming up April 15th to 17th at First Break Sports Bar, and that is a 9-ball, $3,000 ad with a $160 entry fee. So it's going to be a pretty stout purse. You can check us out. I'll go ahead and put that link there, Michael, in the chat room. It's hard to say, Michael, because Center Pockets aren't really the tournament promoters and the tournament directors. They're just the facility in which folks schedule their events. So probably what you should do is monitor some of the tournament director pages and pay attention to when they're putting an event here at Center Pocket. But that being said, I'm going to go ahead and still put a link in the chat room. And if you just check our description of our event, you'll see some links there. You can check out the new Greenroom. They have events there. B&L, they have tournaments all over Maryland. Check them out. If you're just looking for Center Pocket, you just have to monitor these groups, because I don't think Center Pockets actually puts out their event calendar per se. All right, so Tom Zippler to break, down 5 games to 6 on a race to 7.
Christy Hurdell and Jackson Strong, table 9. Christy Hurdell and Jackson Strong, table 9.
Why don't we go ahead and put that event information for the JP Newt in the chat? I'll be right
Rob
back.
Daniel, Earl Strickland, Adam Green, table 12.
Roberto Valenzuela, Smitty Smith, table 20. Come up and get your scorecard. Christy Nordell, Jackson Strong, table 9. Please come up and get your scorecard.
Well, the writing could be on the wall here. So in the chat, I just put a couple of links. Apologies for the little disconnect there, but I did want to make sure that we promote the JP Newt Tour. We'll be doing their stream all this year. I think we have 12 events on the schedule. The first link I put in the chat is the Ladies Open. That's March 16th to 17th. No, excuse me, March 5th to 6th. My bad. March 5th, 6th. March 5th and 6th. So just check it out, and also put in the JP Newt ladies event schedule for the entire year. So our ladies that are out there listening, do yourself a favor, just take a minute, check out the event schedule. It's not very often that you get a chance to play with this caliber of ladies in a field, and we have lots of opportunity for entry to intermediate level players to really learn something from top tier ladies, from say Linda Shea, who often does clinics, and you've been listening to George Hammerbacker all day, and he's also there for the tour. He's there doing the commentary, but often he'll take some time and help out the ladies with some of their games. So lots of opportunity for the women. Take a look at the schedule, and don't be afraid to reach out and get on a list. All right, so that's it. 7-5, Kang Lee over Tom Zippler. My name is Wayne Everhart from ThinkTechMD. This is TTMD Billiard Streaming. We'll be right back. I'm going to go ahead and put a small short up while we're waiting. Just hang tight. We'll be right back.
I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want. I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did shit, I know it hurts. Something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want. And I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want.
Paulie Crimes and Tommy Zippler. Paulie Crimes and Tommy Zippler. Table 24.
All right, so next match will be Paul. Our next match is going to be Paul Crimes. Sorry, I think the mic is dying. Can you guys hear me?
Randy Davis, table 22. Randy Davis, table 22.
Next match. My apologies, guys. Next match is going to be Paul Crimes and Tom Zippler. We'll be right back. Marissa, unfortunately, it's impossible for us to just switch the cameras around. They are kind of wired into place at this point. When we set up for a match, they don't get moved around. It would be quite a task for us to try to adjust the cameras and then get them in the proper angle for the next match. So you'll just have to just bear with us, and hopefully we'll be able to get Raphael's matches on here as he progresses. You're good now, George. There you go.
Okay.
George, you familiar with Paul?
No, I am not. I don't know Paul.
He seems to have some fans in the chat room. I have not seen him play.
To be playing in the 5th, 6th slot in an event with 106 really high quality players is
Speaks for itself, right?
and he's got a 722 Fargo rating, which is going to indicate that he's going to play at a low medium pro level. And you see these Fargo ratings, whether they're based on big tables or small tables, you could have two completely different sets of numbers. If this guy is a bar table specialist.
We're going to go ahead and update those Fargo rates.
Excuse me then, Zippler's is still the same, but
Yeah.
But
Paul's going to be different here.
Paul,
Paul is 649.
oh, okay. Nice hit. Oh my goodness, look at this. Jen. Jen. That's what they could say, Jen. That's when Dorothy says that we're not in Kansas anymore. Oh, okay. Andy Lincoln knows of Paul. Okay. When he was very young. And, oh,
Yahtzee.
a Yahtzee leave there, yeah. How'd that go through there? It's a miracle. Okay, Zippler at the table with a pretty nice scoring opportunity in front of him. He gets correct on the 3 ball.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ortiz, for the compliment.
I had a good old friend named John Baxter, but I don't know if that's the same John Baxter. There might be more than we found. There several George Hammerbachers just around town here.
Folks, this is a race to 6. I'm going to go ahead and adjust that race. Let me see what's going on. Oh, that would be why. How about now, George? Say hello to everybody.
Why, yes. Tommy misplaced his mineral. I'm back at popular prices.
What's happening, guys, is a lot of times I'll mute George's mic so that he doesn't have to hit the button to mute it, and then I forget that it's muted. So, my mistake.
William, thanks for that. Played him in PA recently, and a good player. He has to be a good player to get here. That's all I could say. To be in the 5th, 6th slot with 106 players, he's in the top 95% of the field. Oh.
Just every bit of the pocket there.
A 9-ball looked like a ping pong ball in a tornado.
Mr. Garcia, hey Anthony, thank you for the heads up.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Paul Crimes takes the early lead, 1-0 over Tom Zippler.
Down to 6 players left. 2 on the winner's side and 4 on the one-loss side. We have Raphael playing a match against young Tom Haas on an adjacent table, and we're working our way up to the conclusion of this event.
Russ Redhead, Paul O, table 7. Russ Redhead, Paul O, table 7.
3 balls down.
Yeah, opportunity here. This is a shot he played down the rail. He cut a 7-ball down the rail in that match that we were watching with Kang. Now, he jumped up on that ball. He was like that old chain of restaurants, drive-ins called the Jack in the Box. Jumped up on that. Paul has an interesting form. And when we get a head on, he shoots with the cue under his right eye, sort of like Strickland, and not unusual, but noteworthy, really. When we get a look at him head on. He's kind of hornswoggled with this one because I don't know if he can get all the way to the 5 in the side. Good shot. But he still has some play because the 9 is going to directly affect what happens from here. And the 9 goes down towards the 6. Unless he can miss the 9 somehow. Oh, that was a good shot there. That was as good as he could have hoped. I like the inside ball, high right, come to the middle diamond side rail. Oh, it got away from him.
He might be all right here, George.
These are tough shots. He's on a back cut where this ball is going to want to get uphill ornament. He has to play for even more cut because that 8 ball wants to go up against the grain. He either needs to hit some inside English left to center to keep the ball from churning. He hit it good. Hit that ball great. Tough shot. Very nice. Two to nothing. Paul has the lead over Tom Zippler. And on the break, so this is the first real super key game.
Folks, I'm going to step away for just a minute. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of George Hammerbacher. I'll be right back.
I'm more capable than I'm more culpable than capable. Oh, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa.
Okay right there for you?
That's perfect, thank you.
I'll be right back.
Why, yes, this project well to my liking.
Melvin Tolson, Quan Chow, table 3.
Beautiful break shot there. This is looking like a pretty done deal here. Shoot stop. The 8 ball might be the only ball that's even remotely a trickster here. What's this all about? What's the discussion? No shape to even play. Let's shoot and stop right there. If that's all you got, that's plenty good. Good. That's a good shot. That's he's got his pick of position here. That looks like it's suspect at best. In fact, it's probably about the world's worst. It's flat to go to the other rail, and he might end up with a bank. Ah, what a good shot. But he's straight in for his trouble. Ah, little angle. Just a little mini punch. He followed it down there. Good shot. That, can't fault that. You better watch the side pocket. Oh, he hit it perfect. Three games to 0 in favor of Paul Kimes. Nice out. It was harder than it had to be. It's time for Tommy to play the safe shot behind the 4-ball. Bank the 1 at the middle of the table, high right ball, and come around 2 rails behind the 4. Might have left him a little paint. Thomas is playing in the 5th-6th match against Raphael on the table right next to him, if you're talking about Thomas Haas. Donald. Six players left. You got Wilkie and Kang Lee. You got Zippler and Paul Kimes, and you got Thomas Haas versus Raphael. Those are the last 6 that are breathing. Sean and Kang will be in the hot seat match. Whoa. Thomas is down 5-0. Ouch. No hit. Well, Tom, this is your opportunity. You gotta roll to the 2 on the rail, get straight in, come down to the 3, and start taking care of business here.
Joe Orla, Chris Funk, table 8.
Okay.
Matt Clatterbuck, Lucas Kilgore, table 6. Paul Ravel, Chris Matter, table 13. Jimmy Various, Pookie, table 14. Jenny Muhammad, Henry Chow, table 18. Curtis Brinker, Roland Friolo, table 1.
That's a good shot there.
Brandon Williams, table 19.
Needs a good solid rack of balls here and get him back in gear a little bit.
Lucas Varner, Mark Andrews, table 23. Please come up and get your score sheet.
Good out there from Tom. He's on the board now, trails 3 games to 1. We're here at the Center Pocket Room in Bowie, Maryland. Uh-oh. My man's bringing a shooting iron in here. Are you going to use that to point at the screen, or what are you going to do with that shooting iron? Okay.
So while we have a second, I'd like to say thank you to George for coming in today. It's the second day in the booth, and I think folks are really enjoying having him here. And I see a lot of positive communication in the chat, so I'm really blessed. And George, I hope we can do this again in the near future. On some projects aside from the JP Nude, because we got that coming up.
Just keep me in the loop, Daddy.
Absolutely. Paul Crimes to break.
Well, that deuce rolled up behind the 10 in a interesting spot. Great break shot. Really crushed him, though. They might have to get a tournament official to mess with this. Or I appreciate the kind words. You know, I love it, and this is. I'm just glad I'm still able to do this.
I am amazed, George. That you just keep telling more and more stories. Anytime someone brings up a name, you seem to know who they are. You can just spout out what tournament, what year. It's pretty amazing to me, and it's a pleasure to have you. And it really makes things much more enjoyable for me in the booth, because normally I'm a bit on the overwhelmed side, trying to be more of a one-man band, and this is very helpful, and I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, and he got everything trying to break that 210 up, and he cleared everything up. He rearranged the furniture except for the 210, and he's got no hit.
No good.
A 10 ball had the stripe was just a little bit too pronounced on that stripe. Give Tommy a chance to get back in this match. He's got a real nice scoring opportunity in front of him here. Good natural to go down to the 4 ball. Hit near the side pocket and swing down. Oh, that's going in the hole. That's a bad shot.
Oh no.
I think he's on the lake. I think he's canoeing on the lake. You know what lake that is, don't you?
Yeah, I heard you call it.
Lake Titicaca. When you're on the titty, you say caca. That's why it's called Lake Titicaca. He has that look.
Mr. Donald Doach, pleasure to have you in the chat today. Hope you're doing well, sir.
Many are called and few are chosen. Good hit, but a sellout nonetheless. Almost a ball in hand type of a leave. That was a little lacking. You can't be firing balls. These are 4.5-inch pockets on these diamond tables with deep shelves. He got fortunate he didn't get jacked up on the 7. I wonder how his angle looks. He's going to be blocking it off on the other shot.
Table 20. Mike Garrett, table 20.
Paul Getting his calisthenics in, yeah, before the shot.
He'll probably just draw it over a little. Yep. That's a bad game for Tommy to lose. Very bad game. Four games to one.
So Tom just seems to be a little out of sorts today. Can't get the speed down. A couple of bad rolls, maybe some poor decisions. Seems to be popping up on the ball a little bit to me. I talked with him a little bit about it earlier, and and he basically says, I'm a working guy, man. I don't practice like I should all the time, but I'm gonna try to stay down on the ball. And he said he was aware of it. He felt he was popping up on it.
He's had a gigantic, he's had meteoric improvement though, Wayne, in the last 5 years, because I've witnessed a lot of it. And anybody that can cash a turning stone playing nine ball.
Exactly. That's where I was getting ready to go next. He's been playing good pool.
A Mojave mash. It's dry.
That right side of the table looking tough.
I like him to just shoot the bank, and he can plug his bank. The world might be his oyster.
Called it, George. Oh man!
But he had to hit it 1,000 miles an hour to shoot and stop. No savvy. It rattled the pocket. Like I said, this isn't a table that was built to vend quarters. This is a table you put on time. That's a good shot. He's pretty straight in on this ball. He doesn't want to hit the six, I don't think. Oh, good shot. This is a thin ball shot. A cut pocket. Overhit it. That was where his big table reversion came in. That was a shot that was a delicate shot comparatively. This is all well and good, but
what do you do with the 7 ball?
He's going to have to play to the bank. And now he realizes it.
Oh, look at that touch. He was just going to set up for the cut down the rail. Either that or the cross-side bank. I think
cut down the rail is, I would have to say 95% to 99% back and forth. He missed a ball like this on the other side.
Get in there.
Not tonight.
Wow. You hit that ball pretty darn good. That's a tough shot.
It caught the cushion up high. He didn't hit it clean, Wayne.
Yeah, you're right. These Diamond's pockets, they won't.
These pockets don't give you balls you don't make. because the rails are real. These rails have plenty of bite. They're real lively. If the table was freshly covered, it would have gone.
And they're fairly deep shelves on top of it.
Oh, I got a story. The first time I ever played a diamond table, I'll let him finish his rack out. It brings to mind. The first I saw a diamond table was circa 1990.
And where were you at?
I was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I was living there at the time, playing in the Wisconsin Straight Pool Championships at an event called the Sports Show, held in the downtown arena where the Milwaukee Bucks played and all. Anyway, the first, I go and start hitting balls on this table, and it's real nice. Anyway, Paul Crimes is on the hill, and it's 5-1, and Tom is hurting. Anyway, we're playing straight pool, 125-point matches, and I win the lag, and the guy breaks and leaves me like a break shot from the top right-hand corner down into the screen here, and a ball was hanging in the pocket where his cue stick was hanging, and I made my shot, hit the rack, cue ball went all the way down on the bottom rail there, and I looked into the pocket to look at the ball that's in the pocket to shoot, and I couldn't see it from the rail. And I said, oh my God. I ended up having to back cut a ball into it. And
so do you think
very
going back
tough.
and comparing the diamonds to what they were then and what they are now, do you say that they're similar?
easier.
These are easier now?
Easier. The pockets were I believe another eighth of an inch or more deeper. These were originally designed by players, professional pool players, with all flat surfaces where there's no...
Now, see, for me, I'd rather have a deeper pocket, a deeper shelf, and a truer set of jaws on the pocket where they haven't been overly shimmed. You still have to hit the ball good, but you're not... I'm talking about rotation pool. But you're not taking the artistic form of the game away, and you still got to hit the ball pretty pure.
See, back in 1985, 1986, this is before diamonds were ever introduced, I believe. I might be slightly wrong about this, but before Greg Sullivan got into making diamond tables, that Brunswick came out with the Gold Crown 3, and in the Gold Crown 3s, they had gotten rubber from a different manufacturer than their original, and the rails were all spongy and dead. And then they had to develop faster cloth. Simonis to counteract that, because guys like this couldn't get the ball around the table on a flat angle, and with back cloth they couldn't do it.
Well, I was talking to Mike Lambros, and he was talking to me, and he's not a real fan of Simonis. He says, a lot of the players these days don't really have to have a real stroke. They can just sort of poke balls around.
Tom just conceded the match.
Oh, that's tough. I feel bad for Tom. He's been working hard, and
fifth 60 gets in this event. He and Thomas Haas, I believe, are 5th, 6th, and now the Crimes and Raphael are going to be playing in the 3rd, 4th spot next, I believe, or they're going to play the hot seat.
KB, my mic was too low. Thank you for the help.
All right. But
And also, KB, we're using mics that are on the table and up in front of our faces, and sometimes as we're moving around, we might forget to be close to the mic like we should. But yeah, definitely let us know if our volume levels are off. I'd like to adjust those.
oh yeah, over this 2-day span here,
Sean Wilkie. Kang Lee, Sean Wilkie.
we get the hot seat match now. I've,
Rafi Alvarado. Table 11.
oh, they're trying to get this out fast. I've uttered 688,379 words to this point. I dare anybody to go back on tape and count them. If you do and you make a liar out of me, good for you. Back with a set to 7 now with the hot seat match between Sean Wilkie, Haverty Grace, Maryland, touring pro, versus Kang Lee from New York City.
Kang Lee and Sean Wilkie.
So we're down to the final 4. So whoever loses in this match between Wilkie and Kang Lee will be up on this table next, playing in the second, third spot in a race to 6.
All right, so next up we have Kang Lee and Sean Wilkie on a race to 7.
I don't know, Bill, myself. William, I don't know what the prize money is for 5th, 6th.
William, if you pop over and do a search for B&L tournaments, that's the folks that are putting on the event today. You can look up, they have it posted, what everything is there. Let me see if I can grab it for you.
Probably about 550, I'd say.
Let me see if I can grab it for you.
Randy Davis and David Zecina, come get your paperwork. Table number 7. Mary Watkins, Christy Hurdell, table 3.
Too much stuff on my screen. All right. So, Sean Wilkie's just warming up, and we'll be right back in just a minute. All right, so in the chat, I just put the link over to the B&L tournaments. Rather than to give you their information, I'd prefer you go over there and just visit their site. You can find out what the payouts are. You can get a chance to like their page, and you get a chance to take a look at their events. I think that's better for everybody. So go ahead and check them out. B&L tournaments. Put their link in the window here.
Gary Muhammad, table 9.
And if you're worried about leaving the feed, just click with your mouse. That'll open a new window. You won't have to worry about leaving the feed when you check out the link. Thank you very much, Jeff. When you're ready, just hit that button. All right, so while we have a minute, I'd like to say thank you to our sponsors. I'd like to say thank you to Gina Cunningham from Keller William Integrity. She's been an avid sponsor of the the streamers for some time.
Table 12, come get your paper.
Apologies, I had a typo in Sean's name there. Get to correct that. A little typo. Yeah. S-H-A-U-N. Why is it not updating there? S-H-A-U.
Well, now, with that H in there, in front of the S, and back to the S.
Yes.
There you go.
There it is. There it is. Poor Sean.
Lots of different ways to spell it.
He's gonna not like me very much after the stream if I don't spell his name correctly. Normally, I don't even try to type this stuff. I have it all in a spreadsheet, and I just copy and paste stuff, so there's no chance of making a mistake. But that's on me. Thank you very much to my lovely fiance for running over with a piece of paper and telling me to correct it.
It's a team effort.
It is. It is. And sometimes when your mind's going in so many places, it's easy to make mistakes. Sean just giving everybody a clinic. I should have hit the. Oh, I missed the replay.
Sean.
All right, so Kang's going to hit a few balls, get loose.
They've been sitting for a while. That's why it's called the hot seat. Waiting for the loser side to begin to, or the B side to shake itself out. Thomas is deceased in 5th and 6th place. He had a great tournament, went undefeated, got to the Final Four on the winner's side, and then lost to Sean Wilkie, and then
Paul Crimes, was it?
no, not Crimes. He lost to Wilkie and Raphael, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. You got a good mind, George.
$158.
What did you say, 158?
That's what they told me a long time ago. And they said, these powers must be used for good, my son. And unfortunately, I was evil. Now I'm good.
So what do you think about the event, George? What do you think about the pace of things? Everything been moving along pretty smooth?
This is tremendous for that we'll be out of here by supper time.
Yeah, I think that's a credit to some efficiency here with B&L tournaments and the players, the talent of the players. There's not a lot of thinking balls around. These players are running out.
But you see, the bar table plays fast. But the thing is one of the skills in setting up tournaments with fields is having the right length of race,
right.
So that like a race to 7, playing 10 ball with people like this. Should anywhere go for 45 minutes to a flat hour. So they were able to get lots of rounds in because they had lots of tables, and they were able to get down to 16 players in 8 hours, which was not yesterday, which was
Pretty incredible, yeah.
Yeah. I've been around, like I said, lots of tours, and the race is long enough that people will still come and put their money up to play, rather than like a short weekly tournament, a short race, and like a mini tournament. It's enough time, you know. A great format.
Rob Daniels, Lynn McGeehan, table 1.
A great format. Here's the lag. Kang won the lag, and that can be a critical difference, like I've said before. in one of these races because it's alternate break, and he gets the last crack on Hill. But these are honest playing tables. I think that when Diamond went to these 7-foot tables, they really opened up the game some more because the big tables were too tough for a lot of the recreational or league players. And when they got good, playing on the small tables with the big pockets, they got bored and started to drop out.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good analysis. You know, the valleys. I think that's what you're referring to. They can be a little forgiving.
Well, they're built to vend quarters, plain and simple. You could where Kang put that rack, you could hit balls down the rails on those and hit that spot and go in the hole comfy at pretty good speed.
Yeah.
I like him drifting down behind the 9. Draw his cue ball off and come to the first diamond and drop down on top of the 9, between the 9 and the cushion. That's a shot I might like, but it's his shot. He might thin the ball and try to come up top. That's what he's going to do, thin the ball. Oh, it went.
Oh, wow. That's a pretty nice shot right there.
But it doesn't, here you got to minimize that cue ball movement, and usually that gets you in trouble on these 7-foot tables, because these are real fast rails, fast cloth.
Adam Green, table 18. Adam Green, table 18.
No, that's not going to do.
He might be behind the 5 ball. No, maybe not. It's close. I think he can just nick it. He's got to watch the scratch, top corner. Good shot. That's ideal. He'll pump onto the middle diamond side. Oh, playing the side. Okay, that's even better. Note that he always gets his line of sight where he's going to put his cue ball. He comes behind it most of the time, and very quick, very efficient. Sean is from the school that you shoot the balls. I watched him at Valley Forge once playing a young Billy Thorpe in the Valley Forge at the Expo, and Billy Thorpe, it was the pro event, of course, and Billy Thorpe conceded Sean something like that, and Sean went to the tournament official and got an extra game on the string, because generally they'll charge you the next game for concession of a game. But again, each tournament is run differently, and with the size of the field they had, they wouldn't want a lot of people back and forth with rules questions. Oh, that looks like a Phoenician figure writing, the cuneiforms that Sean got there, caught between the 4 and 9, like wedged, like the wedge form, the wedge writing. So I guess he's going to roll out. I don't see any other any option.
Roll out the where, George? Where would you roll on this?
He's going to roll on top of the 5 ball, I think. If he can get to it.
So what's the thought there, pushing into the 5 rather than pushing down to the long rail?
He
long
wanted to jack his man up on this 5 ball, and now you see he has a shooting stick bank and a leave along the short rail if the bank goes long, which short, which I expect it will. See, he couldn't put a good clean cue on the ball.
Right. So when you start popping it, most likely going to shorten the angle.
That's correct. He just cut to the chase.
Yeah, smart play.
He might have froze that ball. I thought I saw that ball settle. I like the bank to his right. If he banks this ball,
You bank it or maybe try to play safe and put the cue over behind the 3 on the right-hand side there.
that's a tough chore. He's going off the left side.
That's a good shot. That's a real good shot. It's going to leave him the jump. I expect Wilkie.
The jump is a potential scratch in the corner pocket to the upper left if he. No, I don't believe he's going to do this.
Jump with his playing cue? No way.
Hardly.
So I think you jump this ball, you're going to have, it's going to be more like a draw shot. I would put him at like maybe a 60% chance to make this ball.
I would tend to disagree because you see this ball is still, most of it's inside the diamond, so he doesn't have quite the full pocket there, Wayne.
Yeah.
He only has like the outside half. You see the leather boot that's clear?
Yeah.
That's about where the center of that one ball has to hit in order for him to score. He can't go at the center of the pocket because it's not available. He calls it.
Yep.
And usually with the jump, when we're jacked up, his cue ball will tend to get to his left because his arm is out to the right, coming from right to left on a situation such as this. Let's see if I'm right. His arm wants. Now he caught it chunky, just like the instructor. Good hit. Good hit, but he left a cut on the one, though. He did leave it. But he left the green bottle shot on this, the Rolling Rock boy. He might hit the 10 and stay there. That's ideal. He just has to. He has to just slow roll, chop spin this ball, throw it in basically, and shoot speed to reach, or could try to come back 2 rails and get precise.
So you're looking at maybe 3 rails coming up above the 4, or are you saying just come back across 2 rails? underneath the 4 to play it up on the top
underneath. He's got the 5. He's got the 8 over there coming back cross table.
So he's going to come above the 4. I think
He's
it's
short.
a little risky, right? I think what you were saying was going to more guarantee a good hit.
And make the ball.
Yeah.
And he would have had a built-in safety
Exactly,
if he
I was
didn't
getting ready
make
to
the
say,
shot.
You'd have the safety. You could just pin it up against the 9, send the 4 down table. I like your thoughts, George.
Now he sold out instead. He sold out instead here. Not that this is a hanger, but Sean is
So while we have just a moment, we were talking about Sean's affinity for the gentleman side of the sport and finishing out the rack and being professional about things. What do you think about when people are giving you games? Maybe do you consider it a sharking tactic? Because I've seen it where people give you games, and then all of a sudden they don't give you a game. And it's not any more difficult than what they've given you before.
I played match play golf, and that's a common tactic, incidentally. Playing golf, match play. I played many tours in golf. I was a professional golfer once, too. And
wow.
Yeah. I was one of the guys that broke 70 and ran 100 balls on the same day. And what that is
a little bit of head game going on there.
No,
when you don't give it away, and you've been giving it away.
Part of it is that they're going to be doing that so that the guy is waiting on he was given putts on the 6th and 7th hole, and then by the time they get to 15 and the match is close, and he gets that 2.5, 3.5 footer.
You haven't hit any tight shots. You haven't had to.
Yeah, that's right. And all of a sudden, you're kind of listening for him to say that's good. And
that's the feeling. That's the feeling I've had when I've been playing in matches.
That's a mini shark move.
Yeah, that's the feeling I've had when I've been competing, and you have this sense of, oh man, I haven't hit any money shots, money balls, and all of a sudden you're thinking about
golf, when you're playing stroke play, you have to hold all putts, but not in match play golf, which is where these guys are playing what they call a pool match.
So it's funny how a gesture of sportsmanship can be really, like you said, a mini sharking move under the guise of some sportsmanship.
I played a tournament in Ocean City, Maryland, at Gentleman Gyms. They had big tournaments like this on the holidays, like on Labor Day, 4th of July, Memorial Day, and Thanksgiving. They had 4 big tournaments every year. This was back in the 80s. And I was playing Cigar Tom.
I'm familiar. Down at Running Out Billiards in Dundalk, Maryland?
Yeah, Tom was an outstanding player. Best 9-ball player in town for most people's money. Not his own. He always had to get staked.
Well, he shot good. He shot strong enough. He didn't have a problem finding the staker.
But he wasn't even the best player in his family. His brother, he had another brother, Bob, who shot rings around
Look
him.
at that shot.
That's too far. But Tom had just about a gimme ball on a 6 ball, and all he had to do was make another ball, and he was out. And he looked over at me like I was getting ready to concede it to him. And I walked over and took a sip of my Coke. And then I turned around and he whiskeyed the ball.
Yeah, yeah.
And I end up winning the match and sending him home. The only time I ever beat him was at Gentleman Jim. It was like 86, 87.
Well, when I was first learning how to, I will say that when I was younger, I thought I knew how to play. And I guess a lot of us, when we're younger, we think we do. And he was able to give me the 5 and out for a long time. It took me a while before I got to where I could play him with the 8 and out. And I did get to that point. But, that's just goes to show you what kind of speed he had. And I could pocket balls at a very early age. It wasn't like I couldn't play.
Tom cashed in the U.S. Open. He was what they called a top shortstop.
So we were talking about this gentleman, Cigar Tom, from the Baltimore area. He was kind of a local legend. And they kind of closed down the Greenroom, running out Billiards, and I don't really know what happened to him.
Well, the same thing happened there. It happened in all the other pool rooms in Baltimore County, the casinos.
Yeah.
And for those guys running those places, if it didn't make dollars, it didn't make sense.
Yeah, yeah.
But
well, let me tell you, if you can get each of your weekends filled up like this with tournaments and pool rooms, you could probably do pretty well. You're going to have league night during the week, probably.
Well, I know this, and this is kind of pool players hurt themselves. That was a nice shot. Pool players hurt themselves like that they don't when they're at a venue where that serves food and they don't eat and support the venue that's supporting them. There are too many people that do that, and that's too bad. I've got some other pet peeves about the pool players that'll go out to a fast food place and then come back to a place that's serving some food like this place, and that's not right in my book. But hey, to each their own. But they wonder why when the tournaments say, hey, we're not getting any table time for 2 days here, and then you guys aren't spending any money at the bar or at the restaurant. What's wrong with this picture? And the picture is the house always wins. That's the picture. If the house doesn't win, there is no tournament. There is no nothing. There is no game without the house. And supporting the staff, tipping them generously, giving them the service for good service. But I'm an old timer, though. I come from the old school. But
hey, Ryan, my apologies on the
Nice
camera
back.
angle. I got caught up with
Beautiful.
chatting with George and forgot to actually pay attention and switch the angle, so my apology there.
That's a beautiful, beautiful looking shot here. Nice play to hold on the 4-ball. Sean gets straight in on the 4-ball. This is tap ends. Hope. He got close to his work, but he's straight in just about. Now he's got a little funny angle. He might have to play the 5 to the same hole as the 4.
James Sanders, Kelly Daniel, table 8. James Sanders, Kelly Daniel, table 8.
Hi there, Cliff. If you're seeing any lag on Facebook, you might want to just refresh your Facebook or close all your windows and go back in. We can see the live feeds here, so we can see that there's not any lag. We're trying switching over to YouTube, see how that works for you.
That's beautiful. He either can play the 1 rail high left punch, but he brings a side pocket into play, or 2 rails, which is what I would suspect. Now, playing the 1 rail high left punch. Excellent, perfect position. Down to the first diamond. Either 1 or 2 rails out, player's choice. Very, very nicely played rack from Mr. Wilkie. 4-0 in this hot seat match, race to 7. Kang is going to have to get busy right about now.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Hey, Cliff, if you're still having lag, what I would suggest is maybe looking internally at your house to see if you got any devices eating up your internet bandwidth. See if you have a good connection to your Wi-Fi if you're using Wi-Fi, because I can see by the statistics what we have here and what we see on the screens that we're not lagging internally, and also others that are watching the stream would be having the same problem.
Oh, Miguel, thank you. We were younger then, that's for sure. VIP Billiards and Blue Jay, that was on Baltimore National Pike on the way to Ellicott City.
Killed that cue ball, great, squatted, but no love.
He parked his pelota, but all he did was get purloined.
No justice. It's just, that's the way it works.
He might get
the
the picket fence off his deuce. Safety.
Yeah, locked him
Good
up.
move. A lot of people would have just blindly cut that 1 and gone off the 2 and maybe gone in the side pocket or pushed the deuce behind that 4-ball. Sean has played every top player that ever chalked a cue in this world. From Efren Reyes to Strickland, he's played them all.
Well, as far as character goes, I think he's probably, as far as the ones that I know personally, he ranks up there as being a stand-up dude. And a very stout competitor. You won't ever see him cash one in. He just fights all the way.
He's one of my all-time favorite people. It's always just an exhilaration for me to see Mr. Wilkie in any of these events. Because, oh, look at this. He played that little cutesy. Didn't shoot the 1 ball. He had a nice shot at it seemed.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Mike.
This is 2 rails behind the 8. This is like death and taxes here. Yeah, I have to see if he can get enough for the 1. I'm not sure.
Well,
maybe not.
He's going.
No, he couldn't. Good touch. Still left some yellow paint. No, Cigar Tom is not playing anymore. He's about 82 years old.
Proctor, table 9.
Age caught up with him. I know. That's tasty.
cinched up.
That's tasty. But he's got the one rail kick off this bottom rail. Not that way, I don't think. This guy's a billiard. He got two railer. Never mind. His two railer. That's a big ball, actually. Hit it right in the face.
Joe Morla, Roberto Valenzuela, table 20.
I snapped my finger, gave him the applause for that shot. That was a. Sean's getting a little nervous now, I think. He's getting a little jumpy. He's going to. Going to call either call the airborne unit or the high plains twister.
Folks, I'm going to do George a solid and myself a solid. We haven't eaten since about, I guess it was
10
10
o'clock.
o'clock this morning. So I'm going to go grab something for us to eat. I'm going to leave George here to commentate, and I'll be right back.
Mark Andrews, Juan Chow, table 13.
This is a pretty shot, but he may not make a rail.
Brian Proctor,
Nice hit.
table 9. Please look at your score sheet.
Always appreciate it. With this, a carom, he might have to draw the ball a little bit to make the 8. To the cut pocket. An 8 might be up a little high. That's what he just saw, I think. Oh man, that was the chili dip. All chili dippers there. He can't believe he scratched in the side pocket there. Sean will put him. Might put him in jail behind the 9 or the 8.
Don Cornelius, Isabel Perez, table 23.
Or play the 1, 2, 3 on the side. Play it straight. That's a nice shot. He should roll down around the spot. Even better. You're right, Sean. Bob Vanover. Oh, Sean came up short here. Bob Vanover, he ran out of set on somebody that he won a lag from on the Pro Tour. Tom's brother, Bob Vanover, was a beast. He owned, I think, some furniture stores in Texas. Yeah, I saw him play a couple times. He was gruesome. You're right, Sean. That's 1,000% right on. Not many people know that. So sorry, William. Sean finally got out and moved. He had his shot first. All right. Donkey Shane Signor. Yes. Sean had an opportunity to run out and dog D out. Makes a good hit though, but this is a solid bank. This is a 80-85% bank for a guy like this. Position maybe about 60%. Yeah, this Kang has a real sense of angle. That's for sure. From being a carom player. Oh.
Just short. How often do we see folks bank short on diamonds? It happens all the time.
These are again, the cushions have more bite in them. They'll bank short. How the balls have to be struck, in my opinion, is inside out. In other words, hitting from the right of center to the cue ball to the outside to make the ball turn kindly at the hole. Sean's delighted to even have this shot. Drill, now it's a little long. Oh, he made it. Beautiful shot. And Kang gave him the tap on the cue, acknowledgement.
Sean, definitely a one-pocket player. You won't see him shy away from those long banks.
Sean plays basically all pocket games good.
Everything. I guess it helps when you have that compact stroke. I mean, he really comes through the ball, comes back very short, comes through the ball beautifully. Some people might say it's a little pokey, but it's efficient. He does a good job, and he changes it up a little bit. If he needs to put draw on it, he's able to, put a little longer stroke on it, come through the ball.
If you want a pokey stroke, look at Alan Hopkins, and he's only in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
That's a guy that learned how to play inside a phone booth.
I like the description.
Yeah, he has the short back stroke. This is sort of tricky. He might have to go 4 rails on this ball to take the side out of play. Got to really hit this with some pace. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, he's there. Beautiful shot.
Real stylish.
So Sean setting the bar 5-0 over Kang Lee.
In a hard-fought
hot
game.
match.
I'm glad you're enjoying this, William. You're recovering from an injury, and it hurts when you laugh. I like to be the guy that inflicts that pain and pleasure at the same time.
Sean Wilkie to break, 5-0 to Kang Lee in a race to 7.
Oh,
Well, that's sitting deep in the pocket.
that was a pause that refreshes. That ball paused, and the laws of gravity didn't take hold, and Isaac Newton's theories have been thwarted.
So the 5-3 is a problem.
Jackson Strong, Andrew 2, table 14. Please help me with the score sheet.
Not anymore.
That was tasty. Now he's got to play this inside English, a little high right of center. He's going to have to hit it with some pace, and come straight back to. Now he's going to. No, he jacked on the ball. Safe coming behind these balls, probably behind the 7 or 8 or the 5. Oh, didn't pull the trigger.
Shows a call, that cross-eyed bank. So Sean seems definitely have a process to his banking. Doesn't look to be as, it seems to be very much more on the scientific side rather than trying to just eye it up, if you know what I'm trying to say. He's very methodical with his banking.
Sure. Because this is the same old universe every day. And Sean is, like we all are, children of this universe, whether we like it or not. He can pop down on this ball and stay for the 6.
And I guess what I'm saying about the banking is a lot of people will use like the mirror method to banking, and folks will you sort of use the same method when they're kicking at balls. But then you have people that are really calculating the diamonds, doing the math, and Sean seems to be that kind of guy.
Oh!
Where for me, I'm more of a feel type of player. I know what the natural angle is coming off the rail, and I sort of use my mind's eye on judgment with spin and throw. And I don't think Sean does anything of the sort.
That was a I witnessed from the booth in the Action Pool Tour and down at First Break or over at Breaker Sky Lounge, among other places. He's a good player, you know, and never beat himself. And
Folks, it looks like we lost the Facebook feed. So while we're early in this rack, I'm going to go ahead and just shut it off and bring it back up. If you're watching us over there on YouTube, just refresh your screen. You'll